neutralizers thing where they flash Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Joke. It really does. But of course, I'm not kidding.
Teddy Roosevelt up there, and he's wonderful. I don't say take him down, but you can add Biden.
Yep.
Gone. Stuff. Came back and beat his ass. Alright, this will be the last set, guys. After this, I should have to upload, and I have to make dinner. And my wife is going to be coming home from work soon. I got to make sure that she's got a nice warm meal ready. And, no PC. Which is exactly, this is exactly what happened last time with this Victrix joystick. They claimed they were going to deliver it in the afternoon, and they didn't show up until between the streams. At this point, I think I'll be lucky if they even show up at all. Right? It's been out for delivery since the morning. And literally, there's no update at all. It just says out for delivery. So, I don't know, man. Oh, look. What a nice, fun match I'm about to have.
Beginning operation. Round one.
Once upon a time, in a battle's hard land. When they lacked in size, they made up for it in territory.
Block. Free combo. Didn't earn it. Didn't earn it. I just can't block. You can do that mix up. You can't block it online. Just get hit. Okay.
The brave hero boldly marched to battle.
Okay, like I didn't try, right? Can't do anything. Quarter pattern. Low chart corner pattern. I think she sucks. Oh, free for combo. Absolutely free. Can't do anything.
The villain was defeated, but peace had not been achieved.
Welcome back to Headlines. I'm Wes Austin, and these are today's top stories. The stock market took a nosedive today, fueling concerns of a possible recession. The Dow Jones plummeted over 1,100 points at the opening. The Dow was dropping faster than Harvey Weinstein's pants. The volatility started in Japan, where the Nikkei index fell more than 12%, which was its worst one-day drop since the crash after Black Monday in 1987. Recession fears are causing a panic on Wall Street. It's so bad I saw a guy trading his 401k for a bag of Funyuns and a hug. In other news that I'm sure is not related at all to the stock market crashing, Newsweek is reporting that in the national polling average, Kamala Harris is now leading Donald Trump. It's like Wall Street just found out that their favorite hedge fund is now being managed by the DMV. Kamala's supporters say that her polling didn't cause the stock market to crash. She just ushered in a new Wall Street strategy: buy high and sell low.
When this was colliding into garbage cans and everything, who was driving for information that people just say, give me 2 minutes, and then you just stand there and, oh yeah, while your house is burning, absolutely, I'll wait.
The cop is quick to point out the complete stupidity of her request, and while claiming to be a firefighter, she doesn't exactly display any of the characteristics and regard for the law that you'd expect from someone serving in a public job. We're not off to a great start, but unfortunately for the cops, things were about to get much worse.
Right.
Right. I don't have a conclusion because I don't know what happened. I don't even have a starting point.
Are you on any medication right now?
I did.
Have you been drinking today? Why were you driving?
I wasn't.
We got some people that say that you were. You want to start with telling us the truth so we
Someone across the street
can...
can say that I could be gliding off bombs across the street. That isn't
Okay,
that.
look, we're heading off on the wrong thing here, okay? What we want to do...
Listen to me as the officer of the law.
I'm just letting you know,
People,
you're about a step away from being taken into custody, okay? So I want to go ahead and make sure that we understand each
I'm
other
not
here,
going
right?
to be listened to, then
She is, but I promise you she's not. Would it be alright if I spoke? Sorry, man.
I actually need to get from her.
He is the person who I've been with, who has been through this entire thing.
Who was driving this thing?
This?
Him.
When this was colliding into garbage cans and everything,
Austin,
who was driving
you're
this
sober,
vehicle?
right?
Yes, I'm sober.
He is the one that's been driving.
The cops' attempt to get to the bottom of what happened isn't making much headway, since the woman can't even let them finish a sentence. She does mention that she's currently on medication, though, which soon will be a significant factor in the story.
The cop is clearly losing his patience a bit, and we can't blame him.
I'm sitting in the passenger seat.
Now you are, but during the incident
Now
you
I
weren't.
am,
Right.
though you have no merit to say I wasn't.
No, I'm not saying you weren't. I'm telling you that
No,
you were
you
in the
said
driver's
that
seat.
I was in the passenger seat.
I'm losing my patience
Officer.
with you. You're a Miss Firefighter. Okay. Is this how
Talk
you...
to me like that.
Are you not a firefighter?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. There you go.
Okay, then don't call me Miss Firefighter.
Perfect. Then can you start giving me some respect that I would give you if you were working right now? Then just answer some basic questions.
Not with the tone of voice that you have.
Then start acting like an adult. I don't understand this whole dog and pony show that you're playing here. I'm simply asking you what happened.
The woman really thinks she's gonna fool the officers by switching to the passenger side and pretending she never drove the car, but she definitely has another thing coming. It's almost like she's trying to sound too smart, which just makes her look more silly if you ask me.
So all of this is hearsay.
Okay.
None of it is provable.
Okay.
What I'm going to tell you, sir. What's your name?
I don't want to interrupt you, so keep talking.
There was nothing that I created in this situation.
Okay.
And as we parked our cars before we were going to find out where we were going to go, we parked.
Cars, as in plural?
Yeah, no, he has his car too.
Oh, where's your car?
This.
Okay.
You want to ask him where his car is? You
Yes.
ask him.
Where's your car at?
Mine?
Yeah.
Can we talk to me and you before you talk to him?
You told me to ask
I
him.
think that, no, I didn't. I said if you want to know where his car is.
Ask him. And that's what I did.
I didn't say it right now.
I don't work for you. I do what I want, when I want.
And I don't like that personality. Can I
That's
get
okay.
another deputy, please?
Saying that the woman has a bad attitude would be an understatement, and she's acting way too bossy and entitled for someone who's breaking the law and driving while impaired. Where these Karens get the idea that they can treat the cops just the way they want is completely beyond us. Before too long, the woman decides she wants to talk to another cop, but she's about to get a big fat reality check.
No, you don't get to. You're not running the show.
I don't want to run the show, but I know my rights.
You don't get. And a right of picking officer is not a right.
Yeah, it is. Because
Oh.
if I choose not to talk to you,
Then I'll just place you under arrest for DUI based on a witness statement.
what's a witness statement?
If you don't know what a witness statement is, I can't help you there because it is what it is, right? A witness statement. Okay. They're saying that you were driving this car, and based on the way you're acting.
Hey, you know what I can say is that you last night were driving drunk under your patrol car and hit somebody and then ran. What merit does that hold? I'm not dumb. I've served. I'm a firefighter EMT.
Okay,
I'm
you're
not
acting-
stupid.
I didn't say you're stupid, but you're acting
Okay,
very
but I am
unprofessional for
asking
someone that
you
would.
respectfully. I would like to talk to your supervisor if that's okay.
No. You're talking to
Are
me.
you the supervisor?
We're pretty sure that the majority of people who have really served wouldn't be shoving this fact down your throat. What makes her story fall apart even more is that she doesn't seem to know what a witness statement is. Isn't that like common knowledge? With all this being said, the woman still seems to be missing the point entirely and doesn't even realize why she's in trouble.
I don't need to call a supervisor to investigate a
Then I will
DUI.
not answer any more questions.
Then I'm going to
until
place
I
you
talk.
under arrest for DUI. She was the driver, correct? Okay, so go ahead and get out for me. Get out for me. Relax. 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 Let go of the...
This one is a picture book.
What's up, guys? My name's Brandon. And at a relatively large 1.87 gigabytes on my iPhone 15 Plus. And just a quick reminder, if you're on iOS 18.1 Beta 1, if you're on the iPhone 15 Pro or Pro Max, you will not get this update because you're on a version higher, which is 18.1, not 18.0. So anyways, let's go ahead and check out the build number for this new update. If we head into our general section and go to About 18.0, the new build number is 22A5326F. So we went from a J at the end of the build number in the previous beta to F here in beta 5. And then as far as the modem firmware, that also received a minor update here to 2.16.02. All right, so now what's new here in iOS 18 beta 5? And the first thing is that we have
Perhaps you will learn something from this story.
Has been taken away by a corrupt judge.
The last 3 years.
Old nosedive this morning.
Dow Jones is down about 1,010 points.
That is called Bidenomics.
The Dow fell more than 600 points Friday on a weaker than expected jobs report.
5%, Meta 6%, Amazon 6%, Apple 9% down.
Bidenomics is working.
Fears of a recession began after Friday's disappointing July jobs report.
Bidenomics is working.
A rise like that is historically a sign that a recession is imminent.
This is Bidenomics.
What you're seeing right now in the stock market is what Americans have been feeling for the last 3 years. It's just a manifestation of it right now.
All that is called Bidenomics.
If you're in the stock market, if you care about your paycheck, you go with Trump.
If you care about your paycheck, you go with Donald Trump.
I always thought it was really cool that the Lost Woods was in pretty much every single Zelda game, but a little fact that I had no idea about was that the Lost Woods dates back to the original Legend of Zelda. And I mean, you could see the inspiration that goes in the future games just by looking at the forest maze, but in the US version, the only character that ever confirms the name of the maze is this old woman who says it's the forest maze. However, in the Japanese version, if translated more literally, that it in fact translates to Lost Woods. See, in Japanese it says Mayoi no Mori, and last minute Eddie here, I never expect this to be the case, but just to quadruple check, I also looked for the map that wasn't included with my physical copy of The Legend of Zelda, and there is one accurate translation right here on the map, where there it is, Lost Woods. But anyways, that's one of many things that we're going to be looking at today. Welcome to my YouTube series. It's called Region Break, and it's a sister series on this channel where we look at all the differences between the same game and try to contrast every single little difference that you can find between the two. Strangely, one of the things I personally found is that when you defeat Ganon at the end of the game, he turns into dust. But between the two versions, and those two versions being the Famicom disc version and the original release of the North American version, you can see a couple of pixels in Ganon's ashes that are different colors. In the US version, it looks like there's some pixels that match the palette of Link's skin, and honestly this may have been an intentional change from the Japanese version, where it seems as though those same pixels match the palette of Link's tunic, which then blends in a little too well with the pile of ash. This same effect happens when Link interacts with NPCs, like for example Zelda at the very end of the game. Most people recognize her as wearing a red dress, but take my word for it, if you somehow manage to beat the game with a green tunic, her dress would then be green as well. Anyway, speaking of Princess Zelda, that meets the end of the game here, and the first line of text you see is pretty much identical. And so obviously if you were to read the US side, it says, "Thanks Link, you're the hero of Hyrule." However, there's a subsequent text that reads out for the NES version and says, "Finally, peace returns to Hyrule. This ends the story." And the Japanese version is relatively the same, just not word for word. It can be interpreted a little differently. On the Legends of Localization website, it says, "And so peace returns to Hyrule. Thus ends this tale."
Have you had any alcoholic beverages to drink tonight?
Yes, I have.
Bro, she left me at the gas station. That's not funny. Please, I'm asking you. I'm begging you, bro.
You got your license on you?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm so bad at telling what my
Insurances?
Okay, well, I asked for your driver's license. Can you do me a favor? You step out of the car?
42, what's your 1020? Orlando.
Let's walk over here to the sidewalk, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you know why I pulled you over, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're driving in the bike lane. You actually drove off the roadway onto the sidewalk and hit those trash cans right there.
Oh, God.
Okay, did you know you hit those trash cans?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. So I could see your phone. Someone's telling you, please stop, what's going on?
Yeah, someone is calling me, but that's just a boyfriend that I want to worry about right now.
Okay. Have you had any alcoholic beverages to drink tonight?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What about any illegal drugs?
Is weed illegal in Florida?
Do you have a medical marijuana card?
I do not.
Well, then yeah, it is.
Then yes.
Yes, sir. Is this the boyfriend?
Yes.
I'm guessing you're the boyfriend that was texting her? Okay.
I tried to take the keys from her.
Okay, well look. She was driving in the bike lane and she actually hit those trash cans right there.
That's not funny. That's not funny, babe. I went to use the bathroom, man.
Okay.
What's up? Babe, it's not funny. No, listen, this is serious.
Okay, so are you sober?
I'm good. She left me at the gas station, man.
Okay.
It's my fault for leaving the keys in there. Hey.
Yes.
That's not okay. It's not funny. She hit a bike.
She hit all those trash cans right there.
Him, please.
She hit all those trash cans right there.
And you think that's okay? Do you think that's fucking funny? Please, babe, please. Just chill out, bro.
I know, I hit it.
It's like, you at least you can apologize. It's not fucking funny.
So look, I think I'm going to do what I have to do here, and I'm going to do the DUI investigation, all right?
Oh, please.
Yeah, I can if she's fine with it, she can release the car to you.
Can you release the car to me, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But for now, while I'm doing the investigation, I need you to sit tight over here,
I don't
okay?
want to get any ticket, no, none of that. Please, I beg
but
you, man.
I'm okay,
I
understand.
I gotta do my investigation, all right? At this point, I've seen too much to just let it slide. Come over here. What I want you to do is stand right here and face me. All right.
You don't let me let go of my hand because I don't want to feel any type of way. I'll put my phone down.
No, you can just sit back down over there where you were. So what I want you to do, stand with your feet together, arms down to your side. You see the tip of this pen? Mm-hmm. All right, I want you to follow the tip of this pen with your eyes and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to begin.
Sorry, sir.
We're going to move on to the next exercise, okay? This next exercise, you're going to be walking. Okay, do you feel comfortable with your slippers on, or do you want them off? It's fine? Okay. So during this exercise, can you stand in this position for me? And just keep your arms down to your side.
Ooh, I haven't done gymnastics in a while.
Here. All right. Hang on one second, man. Don't start yet. Don't start until I tell you to, okay? All right, for this exercise, what you're going to do is you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps down the line. And with your 9th step, with your lead foot on the line, you're going to stop and take a series of small steps to turn around and take 9 heel-to-toe steps back across the line. Do you understand? You're going to look down at your feet and count out loud 1001, 1002, 1003 until I tell you to stop. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Walk?
No.
I'm supposed to walk?
Nope. All right. I need you to be quiet, okay? All right.
I'll go far away if you want me.
So what I need you to do, we'll start over again, okay? So during the exercise, because you didn't do it, you got to count out loud. Okay?
Okay.
You understand? Okay. You may begin whenever you're ready.
1001.
621937.
1004. 1013. 1014. 1050.
Keep going.
Oh God, I haven't done gymnastics in a minute.
All right. That's fine. Good, put your hands on your back. You're being placed under arrest for DUI, okay?
Sir. Bro, I can drive.
So, listen, stay over there, alright? She said you could take the car, I'm not gonna tow it. But after she drove, I don't know how long in the bike lane until I saw her, and then she crashed into the mailbox.
Let me tell you, it was just that gas station. She wasn't even driving for that long. I promise God, and everything out of her.
So, listen. She wasn't coming from that gas station.
Not this gas station. I can show you, sir. Please, I'm asking you. I'm begging you, bro.
No, she's going, okay? She literally crashed into some dumpsters already. Alright?
Babe.
Hang on. Yep, hang on. Just stay back there, alright? You have nothing on you? The poke stick may hurt me? No illegal drugs? Nothing? Cell phone, wallet, keys? Nothing?
No, sir.
Okay, it's all in the car?
Yes.
Alright. And check your pockets.
Okay.
Take a seat. Look, man. She made that decision, okay? Thank God there was nobody walking, because there's a bunch of people walking out right now.
She got mad. She left me there. I know exactly what she left.
Actually gave me 360 plus punch when I held up and pressed medium punch. That was my reward. What a piece of shit game.
And so, the hero vanquished their foe.
Oh boy. No skill. No skill. Every button just stuffs in a row. What a great game, huh? $360, huh? Dude. Doesn't give me my moves. I can't win. No parry, free combo. No parry, so he gets free level 3 combo.
Mighty Warband trusted the leader, and that gave them strength.
Please, I'm freaking out. Yes, I'm so sorry, but
Okay, so the reason we're gonna stop there, they got to do a 63 and a 4.
Yes, I'm trying to find a license in my phone, and they cannot. I'm trying to do it. I'm going to this freaking out right now because I cannot find my phone. I'm trying to pull over and I'm trying to freak the hell out, and I'm not because I just got off of work at the same time, and I'm bartending, and I'm just trying not to license at the same time. This is really shitty at work. I'm so sorry.
Do you have your license on you?
Yes, I'm so sorry, but I lost my phone. I'm so sorry.
Is the car registered to you?
Like, I'm so sorry. My phone got stolen, like, during my bar shift. I could give you every single one of my my invoice insurances and everything. Like, my phone literally got stolen during my bar shift, and there's my license and everything is with it. I could give you all of mine, like every single one of mine.
Let's start with your registration.
Yes, sir. My registration is right here. My phone got stolen during bartending tonight.
You've already told me that, okay?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm so nervous this right now. My phone has never got stolen. I'm just I'm so sorry.
I wouldn't be caught dead.
Is the car registered to you?
I've just been moving back and forth because of the domestic violence assault.
Can I have you step out of the car real quick? I want to talk to you.
I'm just really frustrated right now. I'm just...
Okay. I'm going to step on. So, like I said, I'm kind of concerned because you're all over the place right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My phone got stolen during bartending tonight, and I don't know how. It's really frustrating for me right now because I just paid it off and everything.
Okay, so I just want to check out, make sure you're okay to drive.
I'm okay to drive. I'm just very, very, very frustrated with customers.
So what I want to do is I want to check your eyes.
No problem.
We'll go from there, okay?
No problem.
All right. So go ahead and just do me a favor. Just stand with your feet together.
Yes, sir.
What I want you to do is I want you to follow this red light with your eyes only, okay? But I want you to keep your head as still as possible. Can you do that for me?
Yes, sir.
Try to keep your head still.
I was going to say, if you keep your finger on it, it's a little easier for me.
Okay, just keep your hands down by your
Yes, sir.
Can you put your hands back down your side?
Sorry.
There you go.
I'm so sorry. Just I'm very frustrated with getting my wallet stolen today.
Keep your head still, okay? So moving around. Keep moving your head. So.
I'm so sorry. I had my credit card at like about $130.
Listen to me. Alright, try to make your best. Rest your chin on your chest, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Try to keep your head from your head.
I just had a lot of tips stolen from me tonight. It's just very, very frustrating right now.
I'm trying to look at your eyes. So what I need you to do is keep your head, keep moving your head.
I know, I'm very shaky right now. I've had a lot of, I got like about 130 tips stolen from me tonight.
Can you do me a favor? Can you take a deep breath, please? Good?
Sir.
Try this again. Like I said, just keep your head still, okay?
Yep, just my head still and just eyes. Yes, sir.
We're going to do a couple circles on your face. I'm going to bring it right towards the bridge of your nose. It's going to look like I'm going to touch it, but I'm not going to touch it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright?
Please let me tell you that I'm just shaking right now. I've worked since 7:30 this morning.
There we go, alright?
Yes, sir.
You will learn something from this story.
So, I would like to run you through a couple more exercises, okay? Because I am seeing some signs been down in your eyes, alright?
I'm so sorry.
You want to...
I would just like to very much go to bed right now and see my dog and see, see my service dog and just...
We're not there yet, okay?
Yes, no, I totally understand.
So, I'd like to run you through a couple more
Yes,
exercises.
sir. It's no problem.
Are you ready to do that for me?
Yes.
Okay. So, the first exercise we're going to do is called the walk and turn, okay?
Yes, sir, I understand. Please let me let you know that I very much have to use the bathroom.
Made up for a great
And I've worked since 7:30 in the morning.
All right, we'll get to that point here in a second.
Sir?
Let's get through this, and then we'll deal with that, okay? I want you to put your left foot on this line,
Yes, sir.
and I want you to put your right foot in front of your left foot with your heel touching your toe, and I want your hands down by your side,
Yes, sir.
and I want you to stay in that position for me, okay? Don't do anything yet.
Okay, so sorry.
Okay? When you start this, what you're going to do is you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps down this line.
Yes, sir.
Once you get to your 9th step, you're going to make a turn. With your front foot on the line, you're going to use your back foot, taking a series of small steps, pivoting on your front foot.
Yes, sir.
And then you're going to continue back, taking 9 more heel-to-toe steps.
Yes, sir.
So you can start whenever you're ready.
2, 3, 4,
The
5,
victorious
6,
hero seemed
7,
undefeatable.
9.
You relax, okay? For this exercise, what you're going to do is you're gonna lift whatever foot you want to lift. That foot 6 inches above the ground, about the height of a soda can, okay?
Sir.
What you're gonna do is you're gonna count out loud by thousands. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, so on until I tell you to stop counting, okay? So what foot are you gonna lift?
I'm gonna lift my left foot and I'm sleep with my right.
Okay. So you can start whenever you're ready. Remember, keep your legs straight, like I showed you. Remember, keep your legs straight.
I'm so sorry. I'm very frustrated. It's just so frustrating right now.
Alright, you can relax. You can stop. You can relax.
Like this sunset cruise was just a total bust, and someone it was just raining and everything, and someone
Listen, you can relax.
I'm so sorry. It's just like it was sunset cruise, and someone snagged my phone and just walked away with it. And
so this next exercise, I'm gonna demonstrate what it's gonna look like. All right? So you're gonna touch your head back. I'm gonna have you close your eyes. When you hear me say left, you're gonna bring your left hand up. Just tip your nose. Don't do it yet, okay?
I'm so sorry.
Tip your nose and bring your hand right back down to your side, okay?
Sir.
When you hear me say right, bring your right hand up. Just tip your nose, just tip your finger, bring your hand right back down to your side.
Sir.
Do you understand everything I explained to you? Do you have any questions about that?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'd very much like to go home.
Alright, go ahead and tilt your head back. Close your eyes. Left. Right. Remember, keep your head tilted back, okay?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Oh, right.
My quest begins here.
Okay. Can you relax? Alright, so the next task we're gonna do, you're gonna touch your head back and close your eyes. When you hear me say start, what you're gonna do is you're gonna estimate 30 seconds in your head. So I know that you're done counting. What I want you to do is I want you to bring your head forward, open your eyes, and say stop. Do you have any questions about it?
No, sir. Just tell me when to start, and I will stop. I will start.
Start. Do you remember my instructions?
Yes, sir. You told me when to stop counting. I stopped at 72 right just now.
Do you remember my instructions now?
Yes, sir. You told me when to stop counting and when to start.
Remember I told you to estimate 30 seconds?
Yes, sir. I counted like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Yes, sir.
What did you get to?
I got to 72, 73. Yes, sir.
Just go back here and talk real quick. So I'm placing on your wrist for DUI, okay? So the next question I'm going to ask you, are you willing to provide a breath sample of your breath to determine its alcohol content?
Join the adventure. This recruit would go on to do great things.
So you want to provide a breath sample of your breath? Determine its alcohol.
I take for every day for antidepressant. That's what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if you want to provide a breath sample of your breath so I can determine its alcohol content.
Okay.
In earnest, it was down, down, down.
And the ad coming out
History in the making.
of what some would call history in the making.
Don't say that. We have never been down 1,000 points ever, not even intraday on the NASDAQ.
Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. Down 6% right from the get-go.
Hear anything from Joe Biden today? Well, I did see him shuffling at one point. Well, actually, forget that. He's out of it. Did we hear anything from Harris? Oh, we're supposed to believe she's busy poring over war plans, looking at carrier group deployments in the Situation Room tonight? Okay. Of course, given Biden's condition, we would want to believe that we have a totally engaged, experienced, brilliant number two to someone to step in, offer advice, offer counsel. But at a time of such national security and economic peril, instead, we have Kamala Harris.
What else are you going to do to fix this problem with inflation?
All right, thank you. Well, let's start with this. prices have gone up. And families
victorious
and
hero
individuals
seemed undefeatable.
are dealing with the realities of that bread costs more, that gas costs more.
No wonder they don't let her take questions from the press. She sounds like kind of a high school student who hasn't prepared for an exam, and so in the answer just ends up restating the question, adding no substance whatsoever. And it's obvious. At this point, what else can we conclude? But she's an empty pantsuit. From day one, regardless of how bad things got at the border, and especially with inflation, the Biden-Harris administration treated it all as a comms challenge, a communications issue. But today, of all days, we saw that being president is an actual job. The Harris campaign wants you to think it's about creating vibes, eating ice cream, and making TikTok videos.
Hey, Kamala, what are you going to say to Donald Trump and Bill Mitchell?
Bye, bye, bye.
The White House, on an almost hourly, almost minute-by-minute basis, is faced with serious issues that require decisions sometimes that have to be made within very short periods of time. And those decisions are supposed to be made by people whom the voters elect. We didn't vote for Janet Yellen. We didn't vote for Jay Powell to run the economy. We didn't elect Secretaries Austin and Tony Blinken to run the Middle East and the war in Ukraine. We elected a president and a vice president, and they're MIA. Today, people lost enormous amounts of money. Could this be a short-term blip? Maybe. We elected a president and a vice president, and they're MIA. But what if it isn't? But it seems obvious that neither Biden nor Harris can participate meaningfully in explaining the fundamentals of this economy. Now, we know that Trump understands how bad inflation is, and bad for a country, bad for a people, and that he has an actual economic plan to deal with it.
What's your plan for the black community when it comes to money?
So here was the other thing, and I've been thinking about this quite a lot, especially given that everyone's over the fact that the former president got shot in the head only 3 weeks ago, shot in the head by an actual gun with an actual bullet in it. X during that time was the first time, the town square, and it's very important for people to have this opportunity and free speech and blah blah. And I was like, yeah, I know, but there's other areas that you can get your information. And that was one day where I thought, oh, this serves the most unique purpose, because I wasn't going to Instagram, I wasn't going to Facebook, I wasn't going to get it on Threads, I wasn't going to get it on TikTok. I was, for 8 hours, checking every 20 minutes on X to find out what had happened. And that was the place that I went. Oh, okay. It serves a very unique purpose in that way.
And even in this specific example, that was where I first saw and learned about it. And it came from videos that, iPhone videos that people were posting, and seeing how that information was relayed in real time, and how different it was from the headlines, the very first headlines that we saw coming out.
Chutkan wasted no time in reinvigorating this case. We know that they want this trial to go before the election. They're very unhappy that the other cases are not going to be going before the election. So this is the last thing they've got. They're all hanging on for dear life. Judge Tanya Chutkan out of Washington, D.C. has come out and said very gleefully, she says, the court has regained jurisdiction over this case. It's like, finally, gosh. Because remember, every day that this was sitting with the Supreme Court, or working its way back up to the court or back down through the Court of Appeals back to her desk, is time that Trump is going to say, I have to work on my case, right? I have the ability to prepare my defense. This case was stayed, paused. Nothing should have been happening between the time that the court lost jurisdiction of the case and the time that the court regained jurisdiction over the case, right? Remember, because immunity precludes the person who is exercising that immunity from facing any consequences of the system. It's not only consequences of a conviction, but it's also the penalties of the system. Like, yes, you could be immune from being convicted of a crime, but you still have to go to court and sit there and twiddle your thumbs all day. No, you're immune from the whole process, which means even immune from responding to the government's process. And so the court should have been sitting calmly and aside from all this case file and everything, but the judge did not do that, as we're going to see. So she regained jurisdiction over this case, and she says, all right, that's it. I hereby order as follows. We are now setting a status conference scheduled for August 16th at 10 a.m., like lickety-split, baby. Fast, like 2 weeks. Courtroom 9. The requirement of Trump's appearance is waived for this conference, so Trump will not need to be there. But by August 9th, which is the end of this week, the parties shall confer. So Trump and his team shall meet with the government. Jack Smith, who just got thrown off the Florida case, shall file a status report that proposes jointly, to the extent possible, a schedule for pretrial proceedings moving forward. And if necessary, the parties may explain any disagreements in separate sections of the report. And so Chutkan doesn't really know what to do on this. She's kind of stuck. And we're going, okay, well. Whew. So immunity came back down, and a bunch of stuff in the indictment is going to talk about presidential activities, like speaking to the public and stuff. So there's going to be stuff that is at least presumptively immune in the January 6th indictment. And so now they're going to have to tangle out the spaghetti from the sauce, my friends. And that's a hard thing to do. Once you mix those two things, you can't really undo that. So we're going to see how it works. But Chutkan is saying, all right, Jack, you told me what you think we should do, and Trump, you tell me what you think we should do. It's kind of like, oh yeah, I know where we're going, but which way do you think we should go now? I mean, I know if we should go that way or that way, but what do you think we should go? That's what I was going to choose anyways. So Trump's motion to dismiss the indictment based on statutory grounds is hereby denied without prejudice. And Trump may file a renewed motion once all issues of immunity have been resolved. So this one, she's saying, well, we're still working through some of the statutory complexities here, so we're just going to dismiss that for now. We're going to come back down. I'll decide what we're doing on immunity, and then we'll take it from there. Briefing deadlines with respect to the government's motion in limine, which is a preliminary motion to usually preclude evidence or something from coming in, are hereby stayed, so all that stuff is on hold, and the court will set additional deadlines after our conference on the 16th. Now, simultaneously with this, right, remember, everything was stayed. Shutkin should have been doing crossword puzzles or something, not working on this case at all, because it was stayed.
In the pantheon of AA, the Bobs, to Zemeckis, and the two of them workshopped it, both being fans of. At this point, the Bobs figured, why not team?
American experience.
Towards President Biden.
The future. Response from Democrats representing Kamala, let's just say they aren't cutting it.
In the 2020 primary, the vice president praised the defund the police movement, and now she says she doesn't support defunding the police. She called for decriminalizing crossing the border illegally. Now she supports President Biden's policies for clamping down at the border. She supported Medicare for all at one point, eliminating private insurance, and her campaign says she doesn't support that now. She's reversed herself on a fracking ban. What do you think that voters should think when she's reversed herself on several issues just in the last 4 years?
I think that voters should think that she's a human being who learns new things every single day and has the ability to take the time and effort to hear the concerns of all people. I think that they should be certain that she is a fighter and a leader who's going to do the work on their behalf to ensure that there is an economy that ensures that no one is left behind.
Well, she's just a human being who learns new things. Yeah, sure, she's intellectually flexible. Give me a frickin' break, it's actually the exact opposite, quite ironically. Kamala Harris isn't a regular human being like you and I. Kamala Harris is a politician. See, humans, we differ on issues, but by the time we're 50, 60 years old, I'd assume that for the most part, you're kind of grounded in your ideals. You've found who you are. When you're a young kid and you don't know much, of course it could be a different story. You could get swept by the ideals of communism and free shit for everyone. Ooh, sounds amazing. A real Marxist utopia. But obviously, eventually, the rust starts to form on these previous polished ideals of what communism can be. You start to see the errors in your way and you have a political correction. That happens at a young age. Kamala Harris isn't having a political awakening at the ripe age of 60. Let's be freaking real. She's a typical establishment, dishonest politician who's frankly a total chameleon.
I have been working on this for a while, this case. Talked to people that know the most important thing about this is to be honest about it.
Oh no, I'll do the whole lying thing to cops.
Huh?
Don't do that whole lying thing to cops.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
People usually get, I don't know why they be trying to lie. I see TVs all the time. I was gonna do forensic file stuff, but I thought it was gonna be too hard for my son.
This is 21-year-old Kelly Marshall being questioned at the Dallas Police Department. The detectives just discovered a 26-year-old man murdered in his home, and Kelly is one of 4 suspects that the police wanted to speak with. Over the course of this video's 19-minute running time, we will be presenting you with a short clip from each one of these interviews as we walk you through the case in chronological order. From the perspective of the Dallas Police Department, this story began on December 15th, 2007 at exactly 11:31 p.m. when dispatch received an alarming 911 call.
So, 911, can I get the cops in the ambulance? What's going on, man? I don't know. I think somebody's dead or something. He's not moving.
The victim that this caller is reporting is 26-year-old Daniel Barone, aka Danny. His body had just been discovered lying in the main doorway of his house, surrounded in a pool of blood. Detective Scott Sayer from Dallas Homicide quickly arrived on the scene at the Oak Cliff residence located at the 2200 block of South Polk Street. Next to Daniel's body, investigators found 5 bullet casings along with a 9mm gun. After examining the body, it was confirmed that Danny was shot 5 times and that these shots were fired from within a foot away. Also, after speaking with the neighbors and discovering paraphernalia at the scene, detectives discovered that Danny was a well-known local drug dealer and had been selling narcotics directly out of his house. About 3 hours after the 911 call was placed, Danny's family notified the police that Danny actually had a business partner. His name was Joey Cruz, and they suspected that Joey was the last person to have been with Danny just hours before the shooting. Joey was then contacted by the police and became the first person interviewed regarding Daniel's murder.
What I need is for you to help me kind of run down a timeline.
I get over to Danny's house like 3:45. We're just chilling, you know what I'm saying? Someone knocks on the door. And so Danny B goes answer. I'm like, who is it?
The man at the door was a lifelong friend of Joey's named Christopher Wade.
Been knowing him since I was like 12 years old.
Danny doesn't know him for...
Danny never seen him before in his life. Don't know him for nothing. So, he comes in, he's chopping it up. He's like, y'all working? And he starts talking to Danny B about bowls, like pounds.
Yeah.
I'm in the kitchen rolling blunt. They're sitting in there at that long table. So I was like, man, well, I'm fixing to roll out. It's like 8:30, 9-ish maybe.
Apparently, this is when Joey left to run some errands, and when he returned to the apartment, Danny was already dead, suggesting that Chris was the murderer.
I leave. You know what I'm saying? And I'm only gone for like an hour and a half. I go back to the house. I find them dead. I'm the one who found them. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Joey explained that he did not want to be tied to the situation, as he was worried that his participation in their drug business would be exposed. So, he asked his girlfriend to make the 911 call. Joey was allowed to leave the police station following his interview, as police were unable to link him directly to the murder. The man who Joey spoke of, named Chris Wade, had a colorful criminal history and had been arrested multiple times for drug and weapon charges since 2002. Investigators believed that Chris visited Danny and Joey's place of business with the intention of robbing them later that evening. They hypothesized that during the robbery, Chris shot Danny. So, detectives now moved on to speaking with their second suspect, Christopher Wade. Chris had an entirely different story. Chris told the detectives that he did see Joey that night, but it was actually outside the house while walking back from the store. He never went inside.
You're a person interested in the case because you know these guys. If you were just guessing, what do you think's the best possibility about what happened to him?
Yes, we got robbed. You know, they doing their thing, you know what I'm saying?
And what made you want to go over there?
I had walked to the store, and I had seen him outside.
After noticing Joey during his walk to the store, he yelled for his attention. The two then chatted outside for about 30 to 45 minutes.
Joey Cruz, that's you? Yeah, hey, what's up, fool? I said, yeah, this ain't no difference your house.
That was last night?
Yeah, last night.
You think you're there for...
I was there for a minute.
A couple hours or something?
Nah, not a couple hours.
Half an hour?
Probably about 30, 45 minutes. I left his house by like 9 something. I got a booty call, so boom. I stretched out, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent the night with her last night.
Okay. Whose house was that?
Dee Dee.
Dee Dee confirmed Chris's story that he went there around 9 p.m. and stayed there for the rest of the night. During the days following the shooting, detectives worked to corroborate both Chris and Joey's stories, but were hitting dead end after dead end. However, 16 days following Danny's murder, Dallas PD received a phone call from a woman named Ashley Rodriguez, who reported that a young woman by the name Callie Marshall confessed to the murder to her friend Jesse Mendoza. Detectives Penrod and Sayers visited Callie's home, and she agreed to voluntarily come to the police station for an interview. Since Callie did not have a babysitter, her children were brought to the station with her. As the officers began their third interrogation, Callie remained calm and was surprisingly chatty, openly sharing incriminating details of her role in the crime.
I have been working on this for a while, this case. Talk to people that know you. Most important thing about this is to be honest about it.
Oh
Be
no,
honest with us.
I'll do the whole lying thing to cops.
Huh?
So I did that whole line thing because
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
people usually get, I don't know why they get trying to lie. I see the TVs all the time. I was gonna do forensic file stuff, but I thought it was gonna be too hard for me.
You know, actually, to tell you the truth, it's not really that hard. Callie, I wanna get to it here. I'm gonna tell you enough so there's no doubt in your mind that you know what I'm talking about. Okay.
You want me to tell you?
She then explained to Detective Penrod that her boyfriend was currently in jail and that she needed to raise $1,500 to bail him out before Christmas. It got even more bizarre when she openly explained that her boyfriend's best friend, Tyrone Omar Richardson, had devised a plan to get that money. Apparently, the plan was for Tyrone and Callie to rob a house on Oak Cliff, a house which he believed contained substantial amounts of money and drugs.
What they say was in the house? What's his name? What's in charge of this?
Omar. He said he knew people.
Okay.
He said he really knows.
So what I'm telling you is basically he's just gonna go in there and he's gonna take the guy's money. He's gonna take his gun with him. Basically gonna rob him.
Yeah.
So what happened then?
He opens the door and he shoots him.
Just shoots him right away?
Yeah.
Okay.
He just shot at him when he opened the door. He kept on shooting.
What'd y'all end up getting out of it?
I didn't get nothing.
There wasn't any money?
He had $7.
As you just heard, Callie claimed that Omar started shooting as soon as Danny opened the door. When the shooting stopped, she saw Omar take a shoebox from a kitchen cabinet. The shoebox was supposed to be hiding the significant amount of money and drugs that Omar spoke of. Inside, it actually contained baggies, a small amount of cocaine, and $7. Callie was promptly arrested by Dallas PD and was charged with the murder of Daniel Barone. It is highly uncommon for a suspect in a murder case to be so forthcoming with incriminating details about a crime. Callie failed to invoke her Fifth Amendment right to counsel before engaging with law enforcement. Additionally, as a mother of 2 young children, it was strange that she showed no remorse or feelings at all when confessing to the acts. Regardless, Callie was now facing a first-degree murder charge, and detectives now had another person to speak with. Omar became suspect number 4 and was immediately brought down to the station for questioning. As it turns out, Omar Richardson also had a criminal history, with multiple arrests for burglaries and other misdemeanors.
There's one thing that we're interested in on these cases, and that's basically who's behind it, who caused it to happen.
Yes, sir.
And that's why I just want you to be honest with me about it on this thing. Yes, can you do that, brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
Omar first told the police that on the night of the shooting, he was driving around town with friends when Joey Cruz called him and mentioned something about a potential robbery at Danny's house. He claimed to have learned about the shooting the following day.
I talked to Joey, and he said some guy was playing my mind. So I said, for real? Joey told me he felt it, you know what I mean? The next day, boom.
As Omar avoided eye contact with Detective Penrod, Penrod believed that this behavior was consistent with that of somebody being deceitful. So, being fully aware that Omar was withholding information, Penrod decided to highlight Omar's concern for Callie's safety. He goes on to suggest that Omar only acted in the defense of Callie, protecting her from Daniel. He does this with the hope of provoking some form of confession. This indirect accusation, combined with physical touch and empathetic demeanor, helped to develop some trust between Omar and Detective Penrod.
Omar, let's listen to me for just a minute, okay? I've been doing this for 17 years. I know what really happened. There's a certain set of events that were set in motion. There's somebody else on this thing. Callie. And you know what Callie's already told me? You guys got to the house. This is what's important. Tell me what happened. Show me what you got right here.
My heart.
That's right.
I don't want her to get killed, you know.
According to Omar, once they arrived at Danny's house, Callie got out of her Chevy Tahoe with a rifle. He was worried about Callie's safety and suspected that Danny might be armed, so he accompanied her to the front door with a handgun given by another man. Although this implied that there were more men in her vehicle, he admitted to being the only one who fired his gun at Danny.
You can do it. Let me have your hand. Come on.
I didn't have no choice.
What'd you do? It's all right, brother. Did you do this to protect Callie? What happened?
He just opened the door, man. Callie was gonna run in, so I know he would get killed her.
Okay.
So I just started shooting. I didn't even know where I was shooting at.
All right, brother.
The tavern was bustling from dawn to dusk.
And then we flipped Daniel over and started checking his pockets.
So, a new meaning
But
joined the adventure.
Daniel wasn't dead. Said Daniel was. I said, man. I said, I didn't mean for this to happen. And then he just faded away. I said,
All right, brother. I'll give you a few minutes, okay?
Following Omar's confession, he was immediately arrested and charged for the murder of Daniel Barone. Arrest warrants were also issued for Omar's brother, Michael Lynn Richardson, and his friends Kennard Camp, Isaac Hernandez, and Jesse Vasquez, who were all between the ages of 17 and 20. Police say that they provided Omar with the murder weapon. In January of 2008, Callie, Omar, and the 4 other men were now in jail awaiting trial. Omar Richardson began his turn in court in March of 2009. Dallas County Senior Prosecutor Brandon Birmingham urged jurors to impose a capital murder conviction, which is a life sentence without parole. Prosecutors highlighted that Callie needed the money to bail out her boyfriend, who was in jail for assaulting her. So, with the help of Omar, the two conspired and then executed the plan to rob and kill Danny. The plan backfired when they only found $7. The murder weapon and police-recorded confessions were highlighted as evidence. 18-year-old Isaac Hernandez, one of the men who was alleged to have provided the murder weapon, agreed to testify against both Omar and Callie in exchange for a reduced sentence of 10 years.
Or how did it appear to you that Callie was instigating, or Omar was instigating, or who was instigating?
I want to say Callie was more instigating at the time than Omar.
Why do you say that?
Because like she was like leading him on, like, are you gonna do it? You know, really just leading him on.
Did she tell you, or did she say why she wanted the money?
I knew that her boyfriend was in jail at the time. She needed money to bond him out.
Isaac would go on to state that Callie was the primary instigator that pressured Omar to participate. For example, when the men first arrived at the house, they all had second thoughts about going ahead with the plan. But Callie persistently pushed them all to get it done. After finally agreeing to go through with it, Omar grabbed the handgun while Callie had an SKS rifle. Callie exited the car first, and Omar followed right behind. Once the gunfire stopped, Isaac said that he saw Omar and Callie ransacking the house.
Callie had got out the truck first.
Did she have anything in her hands?
Yes, sir. She had an SK.
How would you describe what an SK looks like?
Assault rifle, like probably, I want to say like that big.
Tell the members of the jury what the mood was like in the car.
Callie said, what the hell, all we got, and there's nothing but $7 in here. There's nothing but $7. You know, there's a lot of yelling between Omar and Callie.
Although Isaac and the 3 other men were not in the house during the shooting, they admitted to being aware of the plan to rob and potentially shoot Danny that night. They were all promised a share of the loot in exchange for providing the defendants with the weapons used in the murder. In response to the testimonies, Omar's defense lawyer Ed King said it was really Callie who had coerced him into committing this horrific offense, and that although Omar shot Danny, he did not intend to kill him and may not have fired all 5 bullets. He also questioned the credibility of the co-defendants and a key witness with a criminal past. However, testimonies and Omar's videotaped confession did not support the idea of multiple shooters. Callie Marshall went to trial in July of 2009. Despite Callie's claims that she did not shoot Danny, the evidence pointed to her direct involvement in the crime. Her motive was clear. She was determined to bail out her boyfriend from jail. But the robbery only yielded $7. Defense attorney Pia Rodriguez presented Callie as a Rahul's upcoming birthday. After hours of heavy drinking, Josh decided to head home on his own at around 1:30 a.m., so the remaining 3 went back to Rahul and Taylor's apartment, apartment 1601 of the Blair East apartment complex in Silver Springs.
Rahul, Taylor, and Mark were all caught on a security camera in the apartment lobby,
heading toward the elevator. They then ride the elevator up to floor 16, where they can be seen exiting the elevator and headed for their room. Although the 3 appeared harmless and even acting somewhat silly at times, the culmination of events that take place once this elevator door is closed is what makes these final moments quite daunting. At 3:25 a.m.,
One of the most bizarre phone calls found within the True Crime Archive was received by the Montgomery County Police Department.
Do you need police, fire, or medical?
Police.
What do you need the police for?
My friend is, he's here and I need emergency right now.
Okay, what is going on that you need the police? What is happening?
I don't know.
Okay, we need to know what assistance you need. What is happening with your friend?
He's not breathing, okay? I don't know.
Taylor, hello. Can somebody come back to the phone, please? Hello?
Stop! Please.
Off of me! Don't touch me!
I'm doing wrong.
No!
I'm doing wrong, okay? Stop.
Taylor.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I need you to talk to me because I don't know what's going on and all I hear is people saying to get off of me. Taylor, why did you call 911? What's going on?
Nothing.
This strange and ignorant behavior continued for approximately 9 minutes. So long, in fact, that another dispatcher took over the remainder of the call.
Has anyone been drinking or using any drugs tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, who has? Everybody?
Yeah.
What have you been drinking?
Just alcohol.
Okay, what kind of alcohol has everybody been drinking?
Just alcohol. I don't know. I need
asking
someone
because
here tonight, right now.
Ma'am, they're coming right now, but the way that you've been answering questions, something's not right. You need to tell me
I'm sorry.
what is happening.
I don't know. I just need someone here. There's blood
Okay,
everywhere.
what do you mean there's blood everywhere? What happened?
I don't know.
How do you not know? You see what's going on. We don't. You need to tell us and paint the picture of what's happening right now.
I don't know. I just need someone here. I'm scared. I just want someone here.
Taylor managed to weave her way through this entire 911 call, providing little to no information. Several officers were dispatched to the apartment complex, one of which was Officer Dean Skiba, who was the first to enter the small 500-square-foot unit, where he came upon a scene that he described as something straight out of a horror movie. There was blood all over the room, on the walls, on the floors, and on the clothing of everybody inside. Both Mark and Rahul were discovered laying on the ground next to the bed unconscious, and were quickly tended to by first responders. Taylor had answered the door, and was quickly removed from the room and asked to sit on the floor in the hallway. While being tended to, Rahul then suddenly regained consciousness and sat straight up. First responders then helped him into the bathroom and sat him on the toilet, where they found that he had no serious or life-threatening injuries. Mark, on the other hand, did not regain consciousness. He was found deceased with 11 stab wounds all over his body. 5 of these wounds appeared to be defensive wounds, while the other 6 were each potentially fatal on their own. When officers asked Taylor what happened, she continued with her bizarre and indirect answers, claiming that she had absolutely no idea. On the contrary, when officers asked a now partially alert and extremely intoxicated Rahul what had happened, he said, "I found my girlfriend cheating on me with Mark, so we got into a fight and I must have killed him." Both Rahul and Taylor were then arrested and escorted back to the police station, where the questioning continued. Though not on camera, during the drive back to the station, Rahul recanted his statements regarding the fight between himself and Mark. He stated that he was very, very drunk and also had smoked some marijuana before speaking to the officers, and that his initial statement was completely untrue. He insinuated that he only made this statement because he wanted to protect Taylor. Both Rahul and Taylor became closed off in the interrogation room, both denying any conscious involvement, stating that they don't know exactly what happened. Rahul stating that he was confident that it wasn't him, while Taylor stating that she believes it wasn't her, but she was too drunk to remember anything at all.
Honestly, I just wish I knew what happened. I'm kind of hoping you can. Will you be able to or no?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that you'll be able to fill me in with what happened, actually.
Okay.
Because clearly something happened.
Yeah.
And I know that you're remembering like something with video games, and then, the next thing you know, Rahul is telling you to call the police or whatever. But there's a big gap of time in between there where something happened. Okay, and I believe that you know what happened, and that's something that you need to tell me about. Okay.
Yeah, but we were drinking.
I understand that you were drinking. Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
But Mark is dead.
What?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God. What happened?
So that's what we're trying to find out.
How did he die?
I don't know.
You don't?
I don't know yet.
He was okay.
Right. Well, I'm sure that you would like to think he was okay, but you're a smart girl, so I'm sure that it was pretty clear at your apartment when he's not moving.
No.
And there's all this blood.
We were drinking. I don't remember. All I remember is Rahul telling me to call 911.
Right. Like, why would Rahul get so upset that he would do something to Mark?
I don't think he would. That's ridiculous. That's crazy.
I know for a fact that I did not stab Mark.
Okay.
I mean, if I did that, I would know.
Actually, you're saying you don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened between Tay and Mark to cause him to be on the side of the bed when I found him like that, but I know for a fact that I did not do that. I mean, if I wanted to stab Mark, I would have remembered every detail of it. I would remember coming up to him, confronting him, and stabbing him. But I don't know what happened to him, but I know for a fact that I didn't do all of that.
Right.
I didn't stab him. I didn't attack him. I didn't
How do you
confront
do the
him.
two of you didn't get in a fight, you didn't try to hurt you, and you didn't get the knife back and protect yourself?
It just didn't happen.
Well, you don't know that. You keep saying, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I don't know what happened between Tay and Mark, but I do know for a fact that I was doing my own thing, and then when I was alerted to the situation, I went to Mark.
Okay.
That's what I do know. I don't know what happened between Tay and Mark, except for the fact that she was definitely hesitating a little bit when I yelled at her to call the police or paramedics or whatever it was. So that's what I remember.
While the two remained in custody, investigators quickly gathered as much evidence as they could to use against them. They found that Taylor had actually changed into 3 different outfits within the 3 hours between 2 a.m. and the interviews, which took place around 5 a.m. All 3 of these outfits had Mark's blood all over them. They found Taylor's hair located in Mark's hand, some hair stuck to the blood on the wall next to Mark's body, and some stuck to Mark's shirt. They also found some of Taylor's hair on the knife which was located next to Mark's body. On the back pocket of Mark's jeans, they located a contact lens that belonged to Taylor, stuck to the side of a leather label. Despite Taylor's strange amount of wardrobe changes that night, as well as what seemed like she was close proximity to the victim, Rahul was still found to have a lot more blood on himself than all of Taylor's outfits combined. They also had Rahul's initial confession, which he had recanted. On top of all of that, investigators also found that Mark had sent a handful of strange text messages around 2 a.m. At 2:01, he said, "My night is becoming historically awkward." At 2:19, he said, "I'm about to gnaw my hand off so I can leave in an ambulance." His final text message was sent at 2:55 a.m. saying, "Awake, I need help." Using this evidence, they decided to confront Taylor again.
The blood on your hands and your feet, do you have any idea where that came from?
I assume from Mark.
When the police got to your house, you weren't wearing this. Because they had pictures of you. You had a white t-shirt on and pink underwear.
I'm kind of surprised I wore that.
You had the wherewithal to change your clothes, yet you can't remember how you got the blood on you. And they found that red dress there, but it's got blood stains all over it. How did the blood get on the dress?
I mean, maybe I was by Mark before Rahul got. I mean, I have no idea.
You just can't explain it?
Clearly I interacted with the body because I had blood on me.
Right.
I just don't know when it happened.
Is there even a remote possibility that you did this to Mark and you don't remember?
Can't imagine hurting someone like that.
While these pressured questions did not lead to any further information, investigators also questioned Josh, the 4th friend who was out drinking with everybody at DuPont Circle earlier in the evening. Josh had claimed that he encountered Taylor and Rahul, displaying some strange behavior himself. Apparently, Taylor had been flirting with both Josh and Mark all evening, causing the two to believe that Taylor might have been disloyal to Rahul. Both Josh and Mark went on to tell Rahul about this behavior, but Rahul told them that Taylor had actually perceived it as the opposite and said to him that Mark and Josh were both making her feel uncomfortable. Josh then told investigators that this conversation made things very awkward and was the main reason that he left the party alone that evening.
She has a tendency to be a little flirtatious to Rahul's friends. And I just asked her, like, straight up, like, what's the deal? Like, you know, you're a little flirtatious. She said I couldn't do that to Rahul. You know, I love him very much. It sounded like I was hitting on her. And so he took that very badly. He was pretty pissed off. Rahul was just like, I just want to have fun with that. And then Taylor was just like, we should just go. Obviously, I don't trust that Taylor girl. I just don't trust her.
Since the arresting officers reported that Rahul had confessed to possibly killing Mark after seeing Mark and Taylor together, investigators felt that these statements from Josh aligned with Rahul's initial narrative. So Rahul was questioned further regarding Taylor's loyalty. And finally, the investigators seemed to make some progress.
I found out that Taylor and Mark may have been going out or something, got right back. When we all three of us got back to the apartment, it was clear that something was going on.
Okay. Like, did it be clear because did you see them kissing or touching?
No, they just
the way they acted?
Yeah, the body language. Him and Tay just made it seem like they had a thing going on. And as soon as I found that out, I just started doing my own thing. And I sort of just looked the other way. I sat down and started doing my own thing. And at some point, Mark sustained the injuries. I didn't stab anyone, but as soon as I found out that Mark had been sort of punctured here, I tried to stop the bleeding. I tried to give him CPR. I kept telling Tay to call the police, and she sort of, I don't say hesitated, but just looked at us. I'm going to be honest with you. Something happened between Tay and Mark, and then Mark was bleeding out, so I came to his sort of medical attention. I tried to stop the bleeding. I came to him, and then I put a lot of pressure here, and then I just sort of like hugged him.
Did you ask her what happened? Like,
No,
a normal person would be like, what happened?
Probably should have done that, yeah. So, again, I don't know. I didn't do it.
If you didn't stab him, then who did? Okay?
Yeah.
Although somewhat indirectly, Rahul just threw Taylor under the proverbial bus.
He says, you didn't do anything to him, therefore you must have done it.
Oh my God.
Rahul says that he felt like something was going on with you guys.
What?
You screamed, you started screaming, and that he turned around and that Mark was on the ground bleeding. I mean, what reason would you have to hurt Mark? You didn't wake up to, like, him trying to...
I don't remember anything.
At what point do you two well-educated people say, what happened? Like, why is this dude dead in my apartment? Like, how did he get hurt? Or what's wrong with him?
I don't know. I'm telling you the truth. I can't myself imagine doing that.
Right.
So I'm just confused because, like, I'm not trying to put the blame on the wrong person.
Throwing self-preservation out the window, Taylor refused to point the blame back at Rahul. So, investigators were forced to become more creative. They then made the unusual decision to place both suspects in the same room while they observed from another.
Okay.
Yeah. What happened? Hey.
I don't know.
What happened to Mark?
I don't know. That's what I told them because I don't remember anything past confronting you about Josh and then you screaming at me to call 911. And that's what I told them.
Where's our lawyer? I've been here all night.
Do you want me to ask for them?
Yeah. I want to get out of here. I want to poop. I want to eat. I'm hungry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Look, they said that you thought that we were...
Did you stab Mark or no?
I don't think, like, I wouldn't do that. Why would I attack someone?
Tay, why did you hesitate when I asked you to
I
call
don't know,
911?
because I was I guess in shock. I mean, all I remember is you yelling at me to, like, call someone.
I want my lawyer, dude. I can't stay here. I'm hungry as I need to eat.
Okay.
I need to Mark. I did not stab him.
I don't think I did either. I really don't think I did. Like, I don't think I did anything.
Fine, dude. Just go out there and tell him that I want my lawyer and I want to get the fuck out of here.
Okay, I just... Is it out of the question to even ask if you're okay?
We're fine right now. I just need to get the fuck out of here, dude.
Please touch
What
me.
happened?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm freaking out, okay? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know what happened.
My lawyer, like this.
And I explained to you that we don't keep lawyers here at the police station?
But you can't just keep me here then.
I can keep you here? Yes, I can, in the holding cell.
When do I get to go? Like, when do I get to sleep in a bed or take a or eat?
Following this conversation, Rahul stuck to his now slightly altered story, claiming that he knew that he didn't hurt Mark, while insinuating that he was aware that Taylor had stabbed Mark while the two were fooling around. He kept quiet as he awaited his attorney. Unlike Rahul, Taylor stuck to her initial statements throughout this entire process, claiming that she was far too intoxicated to remember anything at all and does not believe that she was involved in the violence that took place. Surprisingly, this may have worked out for Taylor whether she was being deceitful or not, as several hours after this recording, Taylor Gold was released from custody, while Rahul Gupta was charged with the second-degree murder of Mark Waugh.
Grisly murder, a grad student charged with killing his best friend after a night of birthday partying. He told police his girlfriend was cheating with the victim. And ABC's Lindsay Davis is here with all the details. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, George. Incidentally, it's still unclear if, in fact, there was any cheating even going on. But it does appear 24-year-old Rahul Gupta's birthday celebration over the weekend has not only ended the life of his longtime friend, but potentially Gupta's life as he knows it.
There were friends that were together in Washington, D.C., sharing a good time with Mr. Gupta, celebrating his birthday.
But that good time took a turn for the worse when three of them, Gupta, Waugh, and Gupta's girlfriend, returned to her apartment. Arrest records indicate police were called just before 3:30 a.m. Sunday. According to the charging papers, Gupta told police, "My girl was cheating with my buddy. I walked in on them cheating, and I killed my buddy."
He made an utterance statement that his girlfriend had been cheating on him and that the individual involved, that he had actually did it.
Police say Gupta claims he was woken up by his girlfriend yelling, but she says it was Gupta who woke her up yelling and telling her to call 911. Gupta's attorney says the evidence will show he has a valid defense. But this morning, the honor student is being held on $2 million bail, charged with second-degree murder.
Before the trial began, the charge against Rahul was upped to first-degree murder, as the district attorney felt that they now had enough evidence to prove that Rahul had the intent to murder Mark. During the trial of Rahul Gupta, Rahul stuck to a plea of not guilty. His defense attorneys would state that Taylor was the one who killed Mark that evening and that she acted alone. Her motive was to silence Mark after coming on to him. The first thing the defense would state is that Rahul's initial confession should be seen as a false confession, simply due to intoxication and adrenaline after trying to save his friend's life. Next, they would highlight the strange 911 call that took place less than 2 hours after the three arrived at room 1601. Claiming that Rahul could be heard expressing his concern for Mark. Meanwhile, Taylor was completely uncooperative. They would point out the bizarre choice that Taylor made to change her outfit 3 times before being questioned. Meanwhile, Rahul hadn't even changed once. They would also display this photo to the jury of Taylor's right hand, which appeared to have a minor injury on the outside of her pinky finger knuckle, claiming that this injury came from the edge of the blade of the knife when Taylor's hand would slide down the handle in the process of stabbing Mark. And finally, they would remind the jury to focus on the physical evidence that was found at the scene. Taylor's hair inside Mark's hand, on Mark's shirt, wrapped around the knife, and stuck to the blood on the wall next to Mark's body. The prosecution's case was quite different. They would state that Rahul was a jealous and angry boyfriend who was aware that his relationship was falling apart, and that his drunken rage caused him to attack Mark when he believed that Mark and Taylor were fooling around. They would claim that any of the physical evidence found in the apartment could not be trusted, since both Rahul and Taylor were living there. This means that their hair and DNA would be found all over the room regardless of any involvement in the attack. They would state that the bruise on Taylor's knuckle could be completely dismissed, as one of the 6 fatal stab wounds had gone 7 inches deep and actually chipped a bone on the way through. This meant that there was no way that Taylor could have been strong enough to inflict this injury. They would also present a clip from a phone call between Rahul and his father, where they believe that Rahul slipped up and almost confessed to the murder.
I have a free call from
Rahul Gupta.
Where are you?
I'm in jail.
What happened?
Mark and I got into a fight, and he tried to get a knife, and then I grabbed the knife.
Who did you get into a fight with?
Mark.
After playing this recording, the prosecution moved on to their final argument, which focused on the interrogations of both Taylor and Rahul. They stated that Taylor was the only person that had any credibility, simply because she was able to admit that her memory was so affected that night that she very well could have been the one that murdered Mark. Meanwhile, Rahul had enough memory to claim that he knew that he didn't do it, but not enough memory to tell the investigators exactly what happened.
What happened? I don't know. I don't know. I'm freaking out, okay? I don't know.
The part was when Mark Waugh's father got up there and spoke, and he said not only is Mark a victim, but his mother's a victim, his brother's a victim.
County number 1. Okay, calm down. Where are you at? She's pinging on Kenner at 2595, and she's extremely out of breath. She sounds like she's running.
We're out with that female, 25. What's going on?
My husband, he went to go help me. My Jeep is stuck in the around the corner, and he's been shot in the head, please.
This is 28-year-old Chasey Pointer, frantically explaining that her 40-year-old fire captain husband was just shot in the head by a random stranger in the night while he was helping her get her Jeep unstuck from the muddy road. Police officers were able to quickly locate Chasey. However, when they heard the news of a potentially active shooter in the area, they then rushed Chasey into the back of the police vehicle for cover.
Come here. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Stay in here. Stay in here.
The first officer on the scene secures the location and discovers Chasey's husband, Robert Pointer, slouched over in the driver's seat of Chasey's Jeep, with what appeared to be a shotgun blast to his head. Still unclear about the night's events, officers then begin to ask Chasey some questions.
Miss Pointer, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I keep seeing his face in
Right.
my head. We've been having problems, and I was coming to meet him at the Jack in the Box so we could talk.
Uh-huh.
We used to stop and get tacos at Jack in the Box when he'd come home late from work. When I went off the road, that's when I called him and I said, I need you to come help me. And he said, where are you? And I told him, I said, I'm on a dirt road. That's all I know. I don't know the numbers. And so I told him.
Breathe for me, Miss Pointer. Calm down and breathe for me, okay? I got some questions. I'm trying to fill in some holes, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever been out here before?
No. I've never been out here before.
Only tonight, right now?
Yes.
Right now, tonight?
Yes.
Have you ever driven down this road before?
No.
Not by yourself or with anyone? No. Let me ask you this, okay? And I need to be honest with me, okay? Were you out here with anyone else other than...
No. I was out here by myself.
During this series of questioning, officers found Chasey's behavior very unusual. She would hyperventilate only when being spoken to, and in certain moments, she would completely stop hyperventilating while she continued aggressively stuttering.
Breathe fast like that, you're not helping yourself, okay? Slow breaths.
Chasey would also sway away from the issue at hand, randomly explaining why her relationship with Robert was falling apart. One of the reasons was that she was having an affair.
I told him, yes, that I was, and he kept telling me the other day we could get past it. And he said that he could put it behind us because he was happy and he wanted us to try to work things out. We don't spend a lot of time together. We can only see each other for a couple of days.
Right.
Because we just...
Argue.
Yes, but it's because we don't spend a whole lot of time together because of his shifts.
Chasey then provided officers with slightly more information about her undercover lover. His name was Michael Garza.
Are you and Michael Garza dating or anything like that? Do y'all have a relationship?
Yes.
Did y'all have a date? Was it date night?
No, we just hung out. We had sex, obviously. Where he backed my Jeep out, he moved it about 10, 15 feet from where it was to make sure that it was going to be okay, and he was going to drive it around the corner. And then there was someone saying, there was a loud shot. There was a man, there's a tall person
outside the vehicle when the shot went off. However, Chasey claimed the blood got onto her when she entered the Jeep after the shot to check on Rob. This checks out in some ways. However, Chasey was also found to have high-velocity blood spatter on her as well, indicating that she was actually very close to Robert when he was shot. And due to all of these strange occurrences, as well as the contradicting statements regarding exactly what happened, Chasey Pointer was then escorted back to the police department in order to question her further.
You got random bruises from Robert. It could just be him grabbing me. He's done this to me for 7 years. I put the Jeep apart, and then I touched his face, and I yelled his name. And when I just pulled my Jeep.
The streak right there on your arm is a blood splatter, okay? You see how it splatters up your arm?
Yes.
That is not from...
I was not next to him. I was not next to him. When I touched him, I had blood running down my arm, and then I fell into a mud puddle.
You didn't see anybody standing there?
No.
I don't buy it. I think you're full of crap. I want you to tell me the truth. I want you to tell me who pulled the trigger.
I don't know.
was sure this table length distance away. Somebody taking a shotgun, pushing it right up against your husband's head. Boom.
No.
And you're telling me you see nothing? You see nothing.
He had a camo gun.
A camo gun. How big is this camo gun?
Like this. Michael and I ended up having some before he was there. He said if I see him kiss you, he said I'm gonna come. Did it? I don't know that.
Who killed your husband? Can you say that louder for me, please?
I did. But I never asked him to kill.
The plan to kill Robert was planned today.
He had talked about it, yes.
And what exactly did he say was the plan?
He told me it was going to make it look like a robber. He told me he was going to drone.
Garza told you that?
The one who drive out. I don't stop. He didn't even have to. He didn't even have to. Oh my God. He shot him.
The investigator finally made a breakthrough, and Chasey incriminated herself as a participant in a conspiracy which resulted in murder. Directly after this interview took place, the investigator allowed Chasey's mother and father to speak to Chasey alone in the interrogation room as they continued to record.
Robert and I have been having problems again. And he said he's going to kick me out. And then he's going to take Addison from me again.
I talked to Robert yesterday.
I know. No. But he's still pushing me around.
He's not pushing you around, Jason.
Mama, you don't live there.
You're not going to yell at me, Jason.
I'm not.
I want to know what happened last night. What is all that on your leg?
He pushed me down when he got my phone, and then I took off running.
This Michael person did this to you?
I didn't want him to kill him. I just wanted something to scare him, to...
Oh, no.
Just wanted Michael Garza to scare Robert.
Stop it. You're hurting me.
Officer, can we get my wife out, please?
I yelled at him and I told him not to. I did. I told him not to. And as I was walking up, he did it. I told him not to.
Me and your mom will take care of Addison. And then we need to worry about taking care of you.
Bravery.
Nothing else I can do. You take care of yourself, Chasey.
I didn't want him to do it. I just wanted him to scare him and that he would quit doing this to me. I don't want to hear it anymore. I love you. I
strong. We got a little girl to take care of.
Despite Chasey providing a story that painted her as a battered wife and victim in this situation, there was nothing that Chasey could say to sway investigators into believing that she was unaware that Michael was going to kill Robert. So officers immediately pressed charges against Chasey and Michael.
Royce City Police are actively investigating the murder of University Park Fire Captain Robert Pointer.
His wife, Chasey Pointer, is charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Another man, Michael Garza, is charged with murder. Tonight, we're learning a little bit more about their relationship and a lot more about how Pointer's fellow firefighters felt about him. Fox 4's Allison Harris is at the University Park Fire Department now with more. Allison.
Well, Heather, the fire chief says Robert Pointer was not shy about how much he loved working here, and his fellow firefighters loved him for that. The fire chief talked to us today, but friends and family of everyone involved in this murder are not talking on camera. People are trying to understand how this could have happened as police continue to investigate.
Step by step, investigators searched the spot where Robert Pointer was found shot dead in his truck Friday night before 11. Suspects are behind bars, but the hunt for the weapon is ongoing off FM 35 near Hunt County Road 2595 in Royce City on Joe Herndon's property.
The police called my daughter earlier today and asked me, wanted to get a hold of me. They want to know if it's all right for them to go down there and search on my property. I said, well, I don't care.
They're going about a quarter mile in, you're saying?
Yeah, well, right down there is where it happened.
The area now graced with this sign for the respected University Park fire captain.
I've received a lot of early morning phone calls in my 31 years in the fire service. This was among the most difficult to comprehend.
University Park Fire Chief Randy Howell is trying to come to grips with Robert's murder and the people police say are responsible, his wife Chasey Pointer and Michael Garza. Police have not disclosed the nature of their relationship, but a longtime friend of Garza's told me off camera the two recently became friends. Police say Chasey was standing in the street Friday night, flagging down cars, and told the officer called to the scene that her husband had been shot, then gave conflicting information. Chasey is charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Garza is charged with murder.
We're trying to do everything we can to make sure that that he's honored, that his family is taken care of, and that we remember him in a way that is worthy of his service.
Nearly 20 years of service that led him to New Orleans in 2005 to search for survivors after Hurricane Katrina, and landed him as one of the commanders last month, fighting the fire at Goff's Hamburgers in 107-degree heat. He leaves behind 3 daughters, ages 21, 17, and 6. He had just returned from Mexico with his wife of 7 years.
He's just a great man. It was pleasant to be around. He was enjoyable to be around. He was encouraging.
A friend of Michael Garza's tells me Garza is a truck driver. Neighbors of Chasey Pointer say she is a dental assistant and also bakes and decorates cakes. We did get a statement from Chasey Pointer's family yesterday that said, in part, that they are saddened and shocked by the tragedy and that they have the Pointer family in their prayers. We know that Robert's funeral is Thursday in Sanger, and many of the firefighters here plan to be a part of that service.
And just when we thought the case was all figured out, there's just something about Chasey that they didn't know. Posing with and with their body.
What's your emergency? I believe I found the shotgun.
Officers then arrive on the scene with their body cams recording. They dig the weapon out from the dirt in the field and quickly recognize it as a camo shotgun. The exact same camo shotgun that Michael can be seen posing with in the same picture of him that I first presented in this video. This gun turned out to be registered to Michael Garza's brother, and so investigators now had another missing piece to the puzzle. The ongoing theory at this point was that Michael Garza became excessively infatuated with Chasey during the short few months that they were seeing each other, causing Michael to become dangerously possessive, spawning a sudden desire to assassinate Chasey's husband. During his plan, he forced Chasey to lure Robert to the murder location by claiming her vehicle was stuck while he finished the job. But this is absolutely not what happened. Investigators were working around the clock, dissecting every piece of evidence that they could get their hands on, including Chasey's and Michael's cell phone memory. and phone usage history. While doing so, they uncovered some pretty unnerving messages between the two. And now, Chasey began to appear as though she was the puppet master all along. They found a specific conversation between the two that went like this. I wish you'd run out of air in a fire. I just worry about you. I would burn down the world over you. I only have one way out of this, and it's not going to happen anytime soon. Your problems are my problems. I will shoot his ass. I rock an orange jumpsuit. And this is only the beginning. During the search of Chasey's phone, they also discovered several other deleted conversations between Chasey and 3 other men, not including Michael. As it turns out, Chasey was cheating on Robert with all 4 of these men. And as she did so, she constantly reminded them that her husband was extremely abusive to her. She would then attempt to manipulate these men into helping her do something about it. This eventually led to one of these secret lovers trying to take matters into his own hands and approached the Pointer household a few weeks before the murder. He would ring the doorbell, hoping to confront Robert. However, Chasey would run to the door and escort him away. That same lover was eventually asked to attend the police station for an interview.
She would be at my house every around. She did tell me that he had hurt her a lot. There was a lot of abuse going on, and he never would leave marks because he didn't want to trace.
After uncovering all of this new information, Chasey's charges were immediately upped from conspiracy to commit murder to conspiracy as well as first-degree murder. Michael Garza's trial began in July of 2018, and Michael pled not guilty to first-degree murder. His trial only lasted 2 weeks, including jury deliberation, and Michael Garza was convicted and sentenced to 99 years behind bars. As for Chasey's trial began a year after Michael's, on June 19th, 2019. The prosecution laid out the cold hard facts. Chasey was neither abused, nor was she a victim of circumstance. Chasey begged and pleaded with several different men while she also balanced a sexual relationship with all 4 of them. She sent 140 messages per day, collectively, from mid-June to the date of the murder, to all of these men, reminding them that something needs to happen so she no longer suffers at the hands of her husband. However, Chasey was absolutely not being abused in any way. If anything, Chasey was the emotion. What you are seeing now is body cam at the Prokopovits residence to help search for any clues as to where Victoria might have gone.
The mighty warband trusted their leader, and that gave them strength.
This is 55-year-old Lisa Shannon. Back in April of 2019, the police responded to a report of a woman shooting a man in front of her home. When they arrived on scene, they found Lisa's husband, Ralph Shannon, lying in his driveway with multiple gunshot wounds. Ralph was still conscious, and on the way to the hospital, he was able to tell the police why his wife shot him.
I got pushed too far. After 17 plus years, I just got pushed too far. Today was taxes. He was pushing. We were separated, which I didn't know until January. Basically, he's very bully. Okay. He's very pushy. He's very controlling. And if you don't do it, he does. And what he says, he's very punishing. Okay. Very vindictive, very spiteful. I can't stand or deal with stress. I have PTSD, I have depression, I have major anxiety attacks. I wake up and go to bed every day scared to death for shit that he's done and said what he's going to do to me. And I don't mean physically, I mean financially. And just a lot of abuse happened. And then today, priming up to the taxes, unbeknownst to me, he had already left me. And I didn't know it, because I was dealing with illness after illness after illness that kept me homebound. And then he enlightens me, and I am thinking, oh, our anniversary's in December or November. It's our 10th. We'll renew our vows, we'll go to Bahamas like we originally, whatever. And he's over there. He's very antagonizing. very antagonizing. And when you look through my phone and you see the texts from today back and forth, you're going to see what he deserved it. But I'm not saying he must be. No means no, okay? No. And I had to have my son's friend come and put it back.
This is after you pulled out the gun. He's grabbing stuff.
He sees me with the gun. Okay.
When you pulled the gun out today, and he saw the gun and you told him to get out, was he?
He laughed at me.
He laughed.
And he just went around the other side of the. It was nothing, because I've done it to myself, and he's already said I've done it to him, and I haven't. Right. And it's just a game. If you look at my texts, it's like, I'm tired of this game, and it's not whatever. It just, anyway, and he came around the corner, and then he said something about the house, and to make sure that something about, I'm not going to fix the air now. Make sure, I'm not saying this is exactly what he said, but it was something to the fact of, make sure you get the air and the mold fixed before we sell the house and I get my part. So I can get my part or my half or more half or something like that. And I just snapped. I fucking snapped.
And when you snapped, what did you do?
I shot him.
How many times?
I have no idea. More than once.
More than once? Did you shoot him inside or outside the house?
Inside.
Inside. And when you shot him, what did you say?
I hit him on the knee, I think. I hit him on the leg the first time.
And then what happened? Take me through that. So
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that he was screaming at me and cussing at me and this and that and calling the same shit and whatever, and I snapped. I snapped.
Now that they have her admitting to shooting her husband, it's time to see what type of charges she will get. Was it self-defense or was it attempted murder? The detectives need to get more information out of Lisa before they can officially charge her.
You mentioned you know that you shot him more than once. Was it a rapid fire, or like did you shoot him, he fell down or anything, and then you shot him again? Can you try to recollect any of that?
Oh. It wasn't a bang, bang, bang.
Right. So you shot him once.
Right.
And then you said you shot him at least more than once.
It wasn't a bang, 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 but it was like bang, and then, yes, as he moved.
So as he moved, you were trying to locate him and shoot him again?
Or just shoot, actually. Honestly, when I had it and I first did it, and I went, whatever, I did not mean to hit him. I meant to shoot and whatever, and it ended up hitting him in the leg. And then he went ballistic and shit, and cussing me out and whatever. And when he came around the corner, which you'll see where the blood is, I don't know if I thought he was coming at me. I don't know if I was pissed still. I don't know if I don't know. I just went blank. Next thing I know, he went out the door and shut it, and it was kind of cracked. And then I just freaked. I just dropped the gun and freaked and called the cops. I didn't even go outside.
You called the cops?
I called the cops. I said, I called 911. I shot my husband.
When he went outside, did you follow him outside?
No. You mean shoot? No.
No. You're saying he went outside and he partially closed the door, right? That's what you said. And then what did you do?
I think he did shut the door. I don't remember shutting the door, but we have dogs, so I don't know. Because they're runner.
You never went outside?
You mean no.
Okay.
Like in the driveway, just go, no.
Did you see where he ended up at?
By the blood.
Okay, gotcha. You saw that when you came outside when we were already there?
Honestly, I don't know. Okay. Because I was on the phone with the cops and I was all upset and...
What kind of gun is it?
38.
38? Is it a revolver or is it automatic? Yeah, the one with the cylinders?
Yes.
Or, okay, so
It's
it's
a
with a
cylinder.
cylinder. Okay.
Based on witness testimony given by Lisa's neighbors, Lisa shot Ralph several more times outside of the home. Neighbors claim that they saw Lisa follow Ralph out onto the driveway and shoot him several times while he was trying to run away.
I don't know, and maybe you can't remember, but when you shot him, he fell down, or no?
No.
He did not?
No.
So you shot him again?
He did. Okay. It's physical. And then you add, like, and then he said that he was getting it this Friday. Well, when I said that I wasn't gonna sign, all of a sudden he didn't get that. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. You got over 3. I need 45 for Monday, 45 for Tuesday, and then 45 next week for co-pays for my doctors. I don't have that. I'm nickel and diming my inheritance, and he's doing it on purpose. And then today, when he mentioned about the house and getting half of it, and then he called it a dump, and he didn't fix it. He didn't say it, and he laughed, and he just...
Lisa, can I ask?
Ask. That's what I'm here for. What? It started in the patio, arguing.
Let me ask you this: when he was trying, you saying he was rushing out to leave, right? To like get out of the house after?
No, he was getting his. I had quite like 6 or something things in the garbage with garbage.
No, after being shot, he's trying to leave. From what you remember. Before
he was trying to get away, like anybody would.
Right. Did you continue shooting at him while he was trying to leave?
Well, I guess I hit him more than once, so I guess so.
Okay.
Lisa's husband Ralph would recover from the gunshot wounds. As of the making of this video, Lisa was charged with attempted first-degree murder and is currently awaiting trial. Based on her testimony, it would appear that after years of abuse by her husband, it all came to a head and she suddenly snapped. I would love to hear your thoughts on this case. Were Lisa's actions a direct result of her husband's abuse, or is there more to the story? Please share your thoughts in the comments below.
On December 6th, 2014, at 8:07 p.m., LaTroy Rudd and Glenn Williams place a call to the Panola County Sheriff's Office to report a vehicle engulfed in flames just off the side of Heron Road in Cortland, Mississippi. 2 minutes later, at 8:09 p.m., firefighters and emergency medical services arrive on the scene.
On December the 6th of 2014, you responded to a car fire.
Yes, sir. When I arrived, I pulled on up to where the car was on fire, and
what did you see?
I saw Jessica standing in the road.
What was this person wearing?
When I seen her, she had nothing on but her pants. I got out and I got a blanket, and she had her arms out, was coming towards me, saying, "Help me, help me, help me."
Nicole, I want you to describe for this jury, what did she look like? What was the condition of Jessica Chambers?
Her hair was fried out like she had stuck it in a light socket. And she had black all over her face. Her body was severe.
Vast majority of evidence would have been burned in the fire. Investigators only had a handful of leads to follow in search of the killer, and with the name Eric taking them nowhere, they decided to make a plea to the public for assistance.
There's not a lot of street talk out there about who may or may not have done this, so it's making our job a little bit more difficult, and that's why we're appealing to the public. I know that Crime Stoppers does have a reward for this, so anybody with information, we're asking to please come forward. The Cortland community is a small community, so we feel like somebody out there knows something or has heard something that just has not come forward yet. And we're asking the community to help us with this.
The case immediately went viral due to its shocking and dramatic nature, appearing on several news stations and even making it to the front of People magazine. With the hopes of gathering more information, Jessica's sister also created a Facebook page titled Justice for Jessica. This page received over 150,000 followers in the first 24 hours. And as with most online discussion groups, the rumor mill kicked into overdrive. Some people insisted that this wasn't a murder at all. Instead, it was actually a mechanical car fire. Some insisted that it was her father, Ben, as Ben has openly stated that he does not support interracial relationships. Meanwhile, Jessica took part in several herself. Some believed that it was a drug or gang-related assassination, while others even went as far as working together to prove that it was one of her ex-boyfriends, referring to them by name and even sending these men harmful or threatening messages. All of these rumors were proven to be just that. Rumors. The way the vehicle was burned indicated that the fire had been started from the driver's seat, with gasoline used as an accelerant. Jessica's father, Ben, was actually a mechanic that worked for the local police and had a confirmed alibi at the time of the murder. Any suspicions of gang or drug relation seemed to be disproven. Although Jessica had a few years living a dangerous lifestyle, between 15 and 18 years old, many people have stated that she was steering clear of these types of situations over the year leading up to her death. And the two ex-boyfriends that were garnering suspicion online had already been interviewed and eliminated as suspects. Investigators had also already spoke with a man named Quentin Tellis that Jessica had been texting and calling over the 17 days leading up to her murder, and throughout the day of her murder. Quentin was also ruled out. Throughout the first month following Jessica's death, investigators managed to question over 100 people and create a solid timeline of Jessica's day. They also heavily examined a handful of key pieces of evidence. At the scene of the crime, police found Jessica's car and remaining clothing to have been covered in gasoline. They then found her keys about a quarter-mile down the road, thrown into the trees. They found that at 4:15 p.m., just 4 hours before EMS arrived on the scene, that Jessica had spoken to her mother on the phone, stating that she would be home soon. Her mother claimed that this phone call was very strange because it was eerily quiet. They also found text messages on Jessica's phone between Jessica and the man previously mentioned, named Quentin Tellis. And finally, they uncovered surveillance footage from the only gas station/convenience store located in the small town of Cortland. This footage is where investigators decided to direct their focus.
I don't know why I got moved from the very end of the line, like the last person or the second last to
Trying to
here.
get
So
some disagreements in the spirit
okay, I
of-
guess I'm a disagreement guy,
know,
but
maybe
I would,
just like-
but I just want to make sure at the onset that I let you know that probably like 90% of what you say
Totally
I'd agree
fair.
with. So I would align on
We want to make
conservative
sure
values.
everyone that might have a difference of opinion is allowed a platform.
Fair enough. Sounds good. Well, thanks. My wife and I've got 2 kids. It's a blessing indeed. Came an hour and a half. And I also appreciate the fact that you are outspoken about your Christian faith. I mean, you made very clear here that your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, is who you live your life for. So I have a question along those lines. I've heard you say a few times, and I just caught this in a few videos, and I don't know, I don't date all your videos. So you'd mentioned this statement. You cannot be a true born-again Christian and vote Democrat. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the notable conservative evangelical Christian John Piper?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar? Are you familiar with his article he came out with November 2020, right before the election, on
Yeah, it was
policies, persons, and paths to run?
effectively can't vote for Trump, can't vote for Biden. It was like a middle ground, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, in a sense.
His deal's Irresistible Grace. That's his blog or something, right?
Desiring God is his well-known
Okay,
blog
sorry,
and channel.
right.
Yeah, you're good. No
No,
problem.
he's a very well-respected theologian, yes.
Yeah, for sure. So I was just going to maybe mention a quick little blurb of what he said and then maybe ask how you would kind of respond to that, if that's okay. And so in the article, he said, okay, so we think that policies that endorse baby killing, sex switching, freedom limiting, and socialistic overreach are viewed as deadly, and they are. Indeed. I completely agree, 100%. All those things are completely evil. He said, however, I remain baffled that so many Christians, of which, of course, many in this room are, consider the sins of unrepentant sexual immorality, of course, we're talking about a specific someone here, unrepentant boastful, in sincere, authentic Christians. And I'm asking
Principles.
who simply
The following. You cannot say you believe in biblical principles and vote for the principles of the Democrat Party. They're incongruent.
Hi, I'm Sasha from 407apartments.com, and I'm this year's Education Committee Chair. Thank you so much for attending today's class.
This is 27-year-old Sasha Samsudian, a graduate from the University of Florida, who later became a social media manager, well known for her bubbly and charismatic personality. A professional during the week who still enjoyed to party with her friends on the weekend. Over the course of this video's 43-minute running time, we are going to analyze the mysterious events that led up to the tragic murder of this young lady. While doing so, we are going to outline each step that she took throughout her final evening by walking you through the copious amounts of surveillance footage that nearly caught her each and every move on camera. We will also break down the multiple interrogations, polygraph blankets. They found Sasha deceased, going into her apartment building. Another man, who turned out to be a concerned resident, asks her if she is okay. Sasha replies yes, and then continues on her way.
You okay?
Sasha can be seen again at 2:06 a.m. For some reason, she appears to be running up the stairs, followed by the building security guard, Stephen Duxbury. At 2:25 a.m., Sasha can be seen one more time. The security guard is still with her. The two appear to be walking to and from the first floor of the garage.
The mighty warband trusted their leader, and that gave them strength.
What's the address of your emergency?
My neighbor is laying on the ground.
Vanquished
She's hurt. She has blood all over her body.
Escape the darkness with me.
Newcastle
Russell County Police are trying to figure out who killed a well-known business owner and his new wife. It all happened late Saturday night in the Paladin Club Apartments in Wilmington. NBC 10 Delaware Bureau Chief Tim Furlong spoke to friends of the victim and police about the killings.
Witnesses told police they heard men shouting and then the gunshots outside this building in the Paladin Club Apartments in the early hours of Sunday morning. 39-year-old Joe Connell and his wife Olga, married just a few months, killed outside on the front steps.
At exactly 1:28 a.m. on September 22nd, 2013, police received multiple frantic phone calls from neighbors in the Wilmington area who, after hearing multiple gunshots, arrived at the residence of Joseph and Olga Connell to find Olga Connell unconscious and bleeding to death. Next to her husband of 3 months, Joseph Connell, was lying face down with gunshot wounds to his torso and the back of his head. Olga, barely alive, had also been shot in the face and head. Law enforcement were able to quickly determine that around 25 gunshots were fired at the couple, just after they returned home from Olga's 39th birthday celebration, where the two, chillingly, had their last dance together. It was apparent that the murders likely took place just moments after the two arrived at their home, as Olga's keys were still located in the lock of the front door. Joseph and Olga were known to be very happy and friendly people, according to their neighbors, family members, as well as their friends. So for the two to be murdered like this in cold blood, the police immediately wondered what the underlying motive could be. Initially, investigators were puzzled regarding the attack, since the evidence appeared to indicate this was a premeditated gun ambush, rather than a crime of opportunity or a robbery that had gone wrong. So, investigators quickly decided to contact Joseph's mother and father-in-law to question whether they had any idea who may have wanted to harm Joseph or Olga.
Is there anybody that might want to hurt him now? I don't know. Was he complaining about having problems with anyone?
Surely the hero would be an honorable man.
The Connell residence had been burglarized just shortly prior to the murders, and the majority of the jewelry belonging to the two had been taken. Due to this, suspicions started edging towards Joseph's sister, Kelly. Kelly Connell had an ongoing feud with Joseph over a diamond ring that she had received at her wedding. The ring originally belonged to Joseph and Kelly's mother, so when Joseph was able to get his hands on the ring was later given as a gift to Olga without Kelly's permission. Kelly Connell quickly demanded for the ring to be given back to her, so Joseph had the $20,000 worth of diamonds removed from the ring and replaced with zirconia. Joseph then returned the ring to Kelly, and Kelly became even more infuriated when she was able to recognize that the diamonds had been removed from the ring. Officers immediately began to suspect that Kelly Connell was involved in the murders of her brother Joseph and sister-in-law Olga. So Kelly was immediately contacted by the police for further questioning.
We were fighting and he wasn't talking to me. And now he's dead.
Kelly went on to fully cooperate with the police. It also appeared that she had a solid alibi for the night of the murder, as Kelly was undergoing breast cancer treatment at the time of the attack.
Recently him and I were not talking. He hated me. My brother was very, very, very irate to me. From that moment on, you can read his text. From that moment on, my brother was pure evil to me, accusing me of sending numerous threatening texts to his wife.
Though she appeared fairly nervous at times, Kelly remained calm in the face of mounting accusations for the murder of her own family, even showing the investigators the text conversations that she had with her brother and his wife, including the arguments which regarded the ring. Kelly Connell also denied any involvement in the burglary that had just lost Olga and Joseph nearly all of their jewelry, while also stating that she knew that Olga firmly believed that Kelly alone could have been responsible for the burglary, and then professing that Olga's beliefs were simply not true. Things took a strange turn after the questioning of Kelly's fiancé, Garrett Catalano, whose statements solidified Kelly's alibi. Garrett's statements also revealed what he supposed was an alternate reason for Joseph's and Olga's murder. As it turns out, Joseph is a longtime bodybuilder who actually had been addicted to steroid use for quite some time. Garrett went on to suggest that Joseph was also likely selling steroids out of the auto repair shop that Joseph owned with his business partner, Christopher Rivers. After researching the claims made by Garrett Catalano, investigators began to focus their attention towards Christopher Rivers, who was not only Joseph's business partner, but also a longtime friend of the couple who was set as as a secondary beneficiary of a $1.2 million life insurance policy taken out in Joseph's name. Both Joseph and Christopher had set up a life insurance policy in case something were to happen to one of them. The surviving business partner would be able to use the insurance money to pay off the mortgage for the auto shop business that the two owned together. So, law enforcement then began to focus more closely on Christopher Rivers and immediately brought him in for questioning. Unfortunately, only bits and pieces of the Christopher Rivers interrogation video have been made public. However, I was able to locate a couple key moments from the interview.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your partner, your history with him, and what kind of stuff he's got himself tangled up in recently. Ultimately, when we're all said and done,
promise me you won't repeat yourself.
Yes.
The other guy that works for me comes up to me and goes, just selling drugs out of the back of the shop. And I was like, what? So I searched the shop, found him, and said to him, get him out. I don't want it here. I'm not losing the frickin' place over this bull.
What was he selling?
Steroids. At 11, I went down there. It was around, I guess it was around 10:30. But I didn't have my ID on me, so I had to drive all the way home.
Oddly unsurprised that the police were interviewing him about his business partner, Christopher Rivers seemed to indicate no concern for the Connells' well-being. He instead told the police in clear terms that he had a tiff with Joseph soon after discovering that Joseph was selling steroids out of the auto shop. Chris also went on to allege that Olga and Joseph were living a lavish lifestyle that was likely sustained by the earnings from the steroid sales. Chris would point out that he believed that Joseph's $100,000 Mercedes would be nearly impossible to purchase as the auto repair shop co-owner, despite the shop being a fairly successful business. It wasn't long before the statements from Christopher's first interview would blow up in Christopher's face. In the weeks following Christopher's interaction with police, Chris went on to take part in a media interview where he seemingly made some contradictory statements.
There's nothing that he would ever do to make anybody angry, ever.
What do you like to do?
Fishing.
Interests?
Fishing. Wildlife. He used to go up to the Poconos all the time.
And then he met Olga through the meter through some... Didn't she come over here through some website or something?
I don't know about that, no. He met Olga at Bellevue State Park for the first time. I believe they met over the internet.
And she was divorced or something like that?
She was divorced, yes.
Did you ever meet her ex-husband?
Once he brought his car into us, but I didn't really talk to him.
So it wasn't the blood couldn't have been that bad if he's bringing his car into his ex.
There was no problem.
So he's bringing his car into his ex-wife's boyfriend's shop, or
correct.
There's no real jealousy or anything like that. What was his name?
I don't know.
Now, did he have a lot of money?
Joe? I don't know.
I mean, but did he have to buy into the business or anything? Or?
I'd rather not get into that, but yeah.
He did have to buy into the business?
Not a large amount. I'm not going to talk about that.
All right. Yeah, someone suggested that he was like, and this is just speculation at a bar, but it's, oh yeah, well, he probably came in, bailed Rivers out of all his troubles, and then Rivers was pissed because then he decided he reneged on the deal, so then Rivers decided to get him. And I was like, well, that makes no sense.
That doesn't even make sense. No.
How was your relationship
Mighty Warband trusted their
up
leader,
to
and that
today die?
Figures you see somebody every day, 12 hours a day more than you see your wife. So we pretty much best friends.
When was the last time you did together? When was the last time you saw?
Well, I was together Friday with him. And then Saturday I was supposed to meet him down with everybody at the bar.
So you worked on Friday. Mm-hmm. Olga's working too, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody's happy.
Everything's fine. Normal day.
What bar were you supposed to meet him Saturday?
Saturday at Firestone with a bunch of friends.
Firestone's down. Is that down Riverfront? But this didn't happen until Sunday, right?
From what I'm told.
So what happened? Why did you meet on Saturday?
I was working.
Oh, so you just couldn't go.
Mm-hmm.
So
we had plans to go, but I never made it.
And she talked to you, called them and said, hey man, I can't get there. Text him.
I was talking. I talked to him all day long.
And who was he with? Just a bunch of other friends?
He was with Olga and a bunch of our other friends there.
And would you go fishing with him? And you really consider him your best friend?
One of me.
So he gets killed, I guess, early Sunday morning,
They didn't really tell me anything.
when did you find out?
I found out around 9:30 or 10:30 Sunday morning.
Sunday morning. So it must have, I think it happened on okay, so they came and knocked on your door?
They woke me up at 6 a.m., 6:30.
Now where were you?
At home. At work, to the shop, to home.
Was that on Fawn Drive?
It's Fawn Road.
Is it your house or?
It's my house.
Who you live with?
My girlfriend.
Did you guys do anything?
What do you mean?
Did you do anything that night? Did you go out anywhere?
I was at work and then I went straight in.
What'd you guys do that night?
Went to bed.
You didn't go straight home.
I went to McDonald's and brought food home to her.
You guys watch a movie, hang out? I mean, I don't want to get into...
Ate food and went to bed.
Oh, you went to bed early?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, it was early, like 12 o'clock.
To midnight?
Yeah.
Did you watch a ball game or anything that night? Or
I don't remember.
Football? Or
whatever was on TV.
Never left the house? She never left the house?
Nope.
How do you know she never left the house while you were at work?
No, once you got home.
When I got home.
Well, he didn't say that.
That's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. When you got home. See, things right. So it was normal night. You just worked your butt off, went to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what was Sunday's plan for you?
Usually Sunday I just lay around the house.
Worked their way from
Watch football.
drugs to riches.
Instead, you got woken by the Newcastle County Police detectives at 6 a.m.
Yep.
How'd they tell you who was killed?
They didn't at first. They asked me a bunch of questions and I had no clue why I was there. And yeah.
Why'd you go with them?
I figured it had something to do with, I don't know, I just went. I've never been in trouble before, I just kind of went along with what they said.
What did they say?
They just said I need to come down to Newcastle County and talk to them.
Investigators found it strange that Christopher now claims that he and Joseph shared a brotherly bond, as well as the fact that Chris made no mention of the discovery of the drugs or the disagreements between himself and Joseph. Police also noticed that Christopher's story regarding his movements on the night of the murders appeared to change. The police were then notified of Christopher Rivers' cocaine addiction by an ex-felon and Christopher's usual drug dealer named Harry Cook. Harry also told the police that Christopher had a seething jealousy of Joseph's lifestyle, and that Christopher once told Harry that he suspected that Joseph was embezzling money from the shared business, and that Christopher had also vocalized a desire to have Joseph murdered. The police continued to investigate Christopher Rivers, and while surveillance footage showed him at home on the night of the double murder, he also appeared slightly agitated while pacing back and forth and constantly looking at his phone. Finally, a major break in the case was found during the assessment of Christopher's phone. The police were able to determine that every text and phone conversation that took place around the approximate time of the murder had been manually deleted. Law enforcement then forensically recovered the data and found that Christopher was in communication with a local ex-felon. Not only this, investigators were also able to determine that Chris had a crippling amount of personal debt, and a potential motive was therefore laid bare. They began to believe that Christopher wanted Joseph murdered so he could receive the $1.2 million life insurance settlement that was agreed upon by the partners to be used on the mortgage. However, since Christopher was the secondary beneficiary for Joseph's life insurance policy, murdering Joseph alone would not suffice, as Olga would receive all of the insurance money. This meant that Christopher had to murder both Joseph and Olga in order to receive the money to help clear his debts and support his cocaine addiction. Law enforcement then quickly procured a search warrant for the auto shop and located the steroids that Christopher Rivers had claimed to have thrown away. He was then immediately taken into custody for illegal drug possession. During the initial stages of the investigation, law enforcement was convinced that Christopher Rivers played no part in the murders of Joseph and Olga. However, this quickly changed after the auto shop computer search history, phone tracking, and the recovery of deleted material on Christopher's phone proved an entirely different story. The phone data recovered proved that Christopher Rivers had been texting a local felon by the name of Joshua Bay. Joshua Bay, in turn, had been in frequent contact with a man named Dominic Benson, who was texting yet another man by the name of Aaron Thompson. Law enforcement quickly started to suspect that a hitman for hire scheme had likely taken place. Joshua Bay then became an FBI informant, where he provided information on the murder plans in exchange for a plea deal. He also confirmed Christopher Rivers' hardcore cocaine addiction. Joshua went on to allege that Christopher had offered him money to murder both Joseph and Olga on the evening of September 22nd. Christopher had even attempted to persuade Josh by explaining that he had planned to use the couple's ongoing feud with Kelly regarding the wedding ring as a smokescreen to prevent any attention on himself. Joshua Bay then said that he believed Aaron Thompson was likely the gunman. After receiving this information, investigators then went on to triangulate Aaron Thompson's location on the night of the murders. Phone tower analysis determined that Aaron Thompson's phone had been located near the Connells' residence around the time that the murders took place. While out on bail for the initial charge of drug possession, Christopher Rivers continued to deny any involvement in the murders. Meanwhile, investigators discovered that Christopher Rivers had agreed to pay Joshua Bay $60,000 in exchange for Joshua arranging to have the murders carried out. Joshua, in turn, agreed with Dominic Benson and Aaron Thompson that Benson and Thompson would commit the murders. The $60,000 was not paid prior to the murders. Christopher actually gave Joshua Bay a $5,000 down payment, and then immediately following the murders, Christopher gave him another $5,000. Joshua Bay then gave the second $5,000 payment to Aaron Thompson. Christopher Rivers then gave another $2,500 to Joshua Bay, which Joshua Bay gave to Dominic Benson. Christopher later made one more payment to Joshua Bay of $1,500, which Joshua also gave to Dominic Benson. Approximately 1 year following the murders, Christopher Rivers was charged with conspiracy as well as 2 counts of first-degree murder.
2 men have been charged in the execution-style murders of Joseph Connell and his wife, Olga. The pair were killed at Edgemoor's Paladin Club apartments nearly
On the
on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being completely sober, 10 being falling down drug, where would you put yourself at?
Put myself at a 2.5
2.5, why would you say that?
because I've only had 2 beers.
Okay. And the shot, right?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, I thought it was okay to pull over. This is my parking. Like, no, not my parking. My apartment complex. I'm really nervous right now. I'm so sorry. I've never been pulled over in my life. I'm so
Yeah, you were just going a little fast, okay? Do you have your license, registration, proof of insurance?
I do.
Yeah, you're going 60.
60, but I thought this was a 55.
No, it's 45 back here.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Any reason why you kept following behind me and then pulling over and all that stuff?
No, I just...
And you were swerving behind me too. You were going back and forth.
I really just thought I was going home at like...
Okay. Give me your license first, please. American Mail, 1038, old.
Okay.
Where do you live at?
I literally live right here. I can't even speak. I'm so sorry.
Calm down. Calm down. It's gonna be okay.
I have really bad anxiety.
Okay. Well, here, look at me real quick. Look at me real quick. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I get really nervous really fast.
Where's your license at?
My license is in my purse.
Where's your purse?
I'm pretty sure it's in my back seat.
Okay, hang on. Here, come on out. Come on out. That's okay. You can get it. Come on, get it.
I'm really nervous.
What are you nervous about? I'm a pretty nice guy.
I'm nervous because I've never been pulled over in my life and I'm almost 23.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know where my purse is.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's not good.
Listen, Kayla, I'm going to ask you this, okay? How much have you had to drink tonight?
I've had 2 beers.
2 beers, okay? I smell a little alcohol, and that's what I'm asking, okay?
I've had 2 beers.
Okay. Don't stop at the exercise. Keep It's 30 seconds by my watch.
Ready?
Okay, give me just a second. Do you have any questions about it? We got a female coming to search you.
In the morning.
Yeah.
40, 41, 42, 43, 44.
You can go ahead and stop. Okay.
I'm just so nervous right now.
I hear you. All right. Let me ask you this, okay? On a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being completely sober, 10 being falling down drug, where would you put yourself at?
I put myself at a 2.5
2.5. Why would you say that?
because I've only had 2 beers.
Okay. And the shot, right?
And the shot, yes.
Okay. All right. When was that?
That was at maybe 10:30 p.m. and I know it's past 12 right now.
What time do you think it is right now?
I know it's like 2 something.
Okay. Trying to ask is, you said the 2.5, okay, and you said you had 2 large bottles. I'm just trying to figure out what large bottles are. Are they the ones that are like this big around, or are they ones that come in a 12-pack?
They're not in a 12 pack. They're just larger. I don't know how to explain it. They're just larger than the regular beer bottles. They're like, they look like double the size of a regular beer bottle.
Oh. Okay. All right. Let's go.
Once upon a time, in a battle-scarred land.
Keep your hands back. Stop. 65.
Oh, that's right.
65. Thank you.
I know you said the it affects you right now. I think it has affected you too much, okay? And I know you're right down the street, okay? But we don't do that, okay? We got to make sure everybody was safe enough to drive on the road.
It all started with a little minion.
Give me just a second, okay? All right. Do you want your shoes with you, or do you want your shoes in the car?
All I know is
Do you want your shoes with you?
I
or do
need
you
to
want-
call.
The mighty warband was
Let's go
ready.
call anyone. My mother.
Waited for them.
I mean, we can call your mom, but it's not gonna change anything.
It doesn't matter if it changes anything, but can she not bail me out in the morning?
Yeah, and you can call her from the jail.
I've never been in jail.
Okay, you can use your phone. Is your phone in the car?
I don't know where my phone is right now.
All right. We're gonna grab your shoes. We'll bring them with you.
Are you gonna give me a DUI?
Yeah, you're arrested for DUI, man. Okay. Unfortunately, okay. I don't like doing this to people, but I got to keep people safe on the roadway. Okay. There's nothing I can do at this point. All right. All right. If you wouldn't have done the exercises, you would have gone to jail for DUI as well, because I had enough evidence back there. This would have alleviated my concerns, but I still got concerns based on the exercise. Okay. So let's walk this way, and I'll bring your shoes with you. Okay. Come on this way. Come on this way.
Can I step in my shoes?
If you'd like, can you slip them on?
I'd like to step in my shoes.
You can slip them on, okay?
Before you do that, just keep them out for me just 1 second. Lift your foot up real quick. Nope.
No, don't worry about it. I got it.
Okay.
We'll get.
We have to search
The
it.
mighty
Here,
warband
see if
trusted
We got a female coming to search you, okay?
that
I have
gave
a
them
pet
strength.
at home.
Okay. Is there anybody else at home?
No one is at home.
Okay. You'll be able to bond out in 8 hours from now. All right. It's 8 hours of when the handle's going. All right. All right, right here. All right. I'm gonna have you sit in the car though, okay? Go ahead and have a seat in the car. Okay. Let me make sure there's nothing in there.
Naylor did not keep the baby. Now, according to CNN, the affair was disclosed to President Biden's vetting committee about 4 years ago before he chose the now VP to run on the 2020 ticket. Obviously, it was not a deal breaker. In a statement, Mr. Imhoff didn't exactly come clean about the alleged affair and pregnancy, but he didn't deny the allegations either, writing this.
Places.
Of the house. It's on.
The mighty warband trusted their leader, and that gave them strength.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. And when we win this election, here's what we're going to do about it. On day one, I will take on price gouging and bring down costs.
When she wins the election? Why the hell can't she do any of that now? It's not like she's vice president or anything. This is Kamala Harris, shadow president of the United States. The day after President Joe Biden announced that he was dropping out of the 2024 race, he gave his full support and endorsement for Kamala Harris to be the Democrat nominee. The next day, VP Kamala dropped by the Biden-Harris campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware.
It is my intention to go out and earn this nomination and to win.
Now, for the last few years, Democrats have claimed that they are the champions of democracy and that they're the only thing standing in the way of voting rights, etc. Here's VP Kamala during the first week of her presidential campaign.
Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. the freedom to vote. The beauty of our democracy is that we each have the power to answer that question when we vote. And when we vote, we make our voices heard. While you teach students about democracy and representative government, extremists attack the sacred freedom to vote.
And when America's educators teach about the 2024 election cycle, students will learn that not a single voter cast their ballot for Kamala Harris to be the Democrat presidential nominee. Because democracy or something. Bret Stephens, a contributing opinion writer at the New York Times, is skeptical, writing, "The last 2 times Democrats attempted to stage a coronation instead of a contest in choosing a presidential nominee, it did not go well. Not for Hillary Clinton in 2016, not for Joe Biden this year. So why would anyone think it's a good idea when it comes to Kamala Harris, the all but anointed nominee after barely a day?" And what the Democrats are doing is the opposite of democracy, despite the endless preaching about it.
We who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will make sure every American has the ability to cast their ballot and have it counted.
However, 14.4 million Americans who cast their ballot for Joe Biden in the primaries, well, their votes don't count anymore. In fact, it's almost like they never existed. The one thing the Democratic Party is not supposed to be is anti-democratic, a party in which insiders select the nominee from the top down, not the bottom up, and which expects the rank and file to fall in line and clap enthusiastically. That's the playbook of ruling parties in autocratic states. And Bret Stephens is correct. Democrat voters had zero say in the matter as to who was going to replace Ghost Biden as the Democrat nominee. Instead, that decision was made by the donors and the party elites. I mean, do you think that if given a chance, that Kamala Harris would have been voters' #1 choice? Press X for doubt. So the next time you hear that Republicans are a threat to democracy, tell the Democrats to shove it up their ass. Anyway, as Bret Stephens points out in his opinion piece, Kamala Harris has some serious weaknesses, including the fact that she's anchored to Joe Biden's record. Too many liberals think that Biden has had a terrific presidency, hobbled only by his personal frailties. Consistent majorities of Americans beg to differ. An ABC poll this month found that 42% of Americans thought their financial situation under Biden was worse. Only 17% felt that it was better. Most Americans think that their financial situation is worse because of Bidenomics. And I doubt that anyone believes that it's going to get any better under Kamalanomics. Illegal immigration is another loser for the administration, underscored, not refuted, by the fact that an executive order by the president last month stemmed the tide of border crossings. If the fix was that easy, why didn't Harris champion it 3 years ago? And that's correct. Joe Biden swore up and down that he didn't have the power to do anything about the border and needed Congress to step in. But when it became a political liability, Joe Biden was suddenly able to take executive action. How about that? But the reality is that executive order is a charade, because the Biden-Harris administration still allows illegal aliens to cross the border in between points of entry, apply for asylum, and then hang out for 7 to 10 years in the United States while they await their court hearing. In the meantime, the Biden-Harris administration says that the executive action is working, claiming that border encounters in June 2024 were lower than they have been since February 2021. However, that number is very similar to what it was last year in June 2023. Are we supposed to be impressed? Also, who cares? During the first 3.5 years of the Biden-Harris administration, there have been a reported 6.3 million encounters at the southwest border. For the record, during the first 6 months of 2024, there have been over 1 million encounters at the southwest border. The Biden-Harris administration claims that the numbers are improving, but they are still way above and beyond the numbers under President Trump. In other words, the same people that told you that this guy was sharp as a tack are now telling you that the border, it's under control. And don't worry, I'm sure we can trust him this time. So in March 2021, Joe Biden called a meeting and spoke about the sudden influx of migrants at our southern border. Biden started off with this dubious claim.
So this new surge we're dealing with now started with the last administration, but it's our responsibility to deal with it humanely and to stop what's happening.
Fact check false. The surge started after Biden took office. During the 4 months prior, under Trump, the numbers were relatively stable. But during the first month of the Biden-Harris administration, border encounters rose by 29%. Next month, it rose by 71%. Joe Biden is a lying piece of crap. And even though the Trump administration's immigration policies were working, Democrats were determined to rip them to shreds because feelings.
We have rescinded so many Trump immigration policies, it would take so much time to list them.
So instead of securing the border, the Biden-Harris administration went another route. Here is former United States Ambassador to Mexico and Joe Biden's border czar, Roberta Jacobson.
The president has committed to seeking $4 billion over 4 years to address the root causes of migration. As part of that plan, we will address the causes that compel individuals to migrate, including improving governance and providing a foundation for investment and economic opportunity, strengthening civilian security and the rule of law. Only by addressing those root causes can we break the cycle of desperation and provide hope for families who clearly would prefer to stay in their countries and provide a better future for their children.
In other words, the United States would give millions, if not billions of dollars to countries in the Northern Triangle to persuade them to improve their governance so that their citizens won't feel the need to come to America. I mean, sure, it's never worked in the past, but don't worry, I'm sure it's gonna work this time. But Jacobson's role as border czar was short-lived, so Biden decided it's time to give Kamala Harris something to do.
But I've asked her, the VP today, because she's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle and the countries that help. We're going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks stemming the migration to our southern border. It's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort. The vice president's agreed, among the multiple other things that have her leading, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders.
Now, if it sounds like Kamala's mission is strikingly similar to border czar Jacobson's, it's because it is, which means Kamala effectively became Joe Biden's new border czar. So what was VP Kamala's plan exactly? How would she stop the illegal border crossings?
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come.
And they didn't listen. 3 years later, it's very clear that the Biden-Harris administration's handling of the border was, and still is, a disaster. Here's President Donald Trump on the matter.
Kamala Harris was appointed border czar, as you know, in March of 2021, and since that time, millions and millions of illegal aliens have invaded our country.
So with that, Democrats and the media went into full gaslighting mode. First, Axios put out this tweet. The Trump campaign and Republicans have tagged Harris repeatedly with the border czar title, which she never actually had. So Axios is saying that Kamala was never the border czar, except for the fact that it was previously reported that she was the border czar by Axios, including this article from April 2021. Harris, appointed by Biden as border czar, said she would be looking at the root causes that drive migration. But you gotta love that the editors at Axios thought it would help Kamala Harris by putting all the blame on Republicans.
Who taught you how to do this stuff? You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
People gonna have to counter the misinformation. You already hear folks talking about the border czar. She wasn't the border czar.
She was never appointed border czar.
Kamala Harris was not named border czar.
She wasn't actually the border czar.
Vice President Harris was not a border czar.
She was never actually border czar.
She was never border czar.
First of all, border czar, the title, is the title Republicans gave her. She is not the border czar.
Just remember, folks, the same Democrats and news networks who repeated the talking point that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian information now want you to believe that Kamala wasn't actually the border czar. They think you're stupid. So if she wasn't the border czar, even though she actually was, what was VP Kamala supposed to be doing in regards to immigration? Well, here's Richard Fowler, easily the dumbest person on Fox News, to explain.
I think Republicans for a long time have labeled Kamala Harris the border czar. If you go back to
she was.
No. If you go back to the president's
No.
If you go back to the president's statement where he asked Kamala Harris to lead the diplomatic effort in the Northern Triangle countries to work on root causes to why people are migrating to the southern border or crossing the border, she was not the border czar. She was responsible for diplomatic efforts.
So wait,
getting to the root
are you
cause.
telling me that her assignment was find out why people are
Yes,
coming here?
her assignment was the same thing.
Wait, I can tell you that.
No, her assignment
I'm
was
not the vice president.
I will proudly put my record against his any day of the week. Any day of the week. Including, for example, on the issue of immigration. Donald Trump does not care about border security. He only cares about himself.
Oh, so Kamala Harris, our failed border czar, is gonna try and match up against Trump's immigration record. Talk about delusions of grandeur.
So I was the Attorney General of a border state. In that job, I walked underground tunnels between the United States and Mexico on that border with law enforcement officers.
I walked in underground tunnels. So what? Man, she's so bad at this.
I went after transnational gangs, drug cartels, and human traffickers that came into our country illegally. I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won.
However, when this super tough prosecutor ran for president in 2019...
Let me just be very clear. We have to have a secure border, but I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. You got to play by the rules, but we can't treat people like criminals.
So the former Attorney General of California claims that we can't treat criminals like criminals. Makes sense to me. What's your problem?
So look, our administration worked on the most significant border security bill in decades. Some of the most conservative Republicans in Washington, D.C. supported the bill. Even the Border Patrol endorsed it. It was all set to pass. But at the last minute, Trump directed his allies in the Senate to vote it down.
First of all, this so-called bipartisan border bill was such trash that it had to be negotiated in secret without any input from Democrats and Republicans in the House, or 98% of Senate Republicans. And then when they finally had a chance to read the text, they immediately rejected it. Furthermore, several non-Republican senators, including Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker, Ed Markey, LaFarza Butler, Alex Padilla, and Joe Manchin, voted against the bill. So laying all the blame on Trump and the Republicans is completely dishonest. Second, there was H.R. 2, an even tougher border bill that the House passed in 2023. It included hiring more Border Patrol agents, finishing the border wall, upgrading security technology at ports of entry, and requiring that employers use E-Verify. But the Democrat Senate leadership never bothered to do anything with it because they're so tough on the border.
Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been talking a big game about securing our border, but he does not walk the walk. Or as my friend Quavo would say, He does not walk it like he talks it.
Can't wait for 8 years of that. Anyway, that's it for now. Please.
Do you hate the media enough? I mean, you may think you do, but do you really? I mean, do you hate it to the degree that it really just deserves it at this point? Because today, like, if you had any questions, if you're thinking, well, you know, they're not so bad. We've got the receipts. And today we're going to go through those receipts on some of our personal favorite gaslighting moments that the media has taken us through in the last several years, just to demonstrate that, kind of the ire is warranted, the frustration is warranted, because they've got an important job to do, and they're doing a completely different job. And that has caused a great deal of frustration, and it has caused a number of people, let's just say, I don't know, at least half the country, to significantly question anything they hear on the news, and that's probably a good thing. We're going to be talking about that and more on this episode of Making the Argument. As always, I am your host, Nick Freitas. With me in the studio, my beautiful bride, Tina of the Beast.
Hello, everyone.
And then
everything's going just fine. Just don't look at everything burning down around you. It's fine. Well, we know they don't really believe that, and this is how we know they don't believe it, is because they're trying to get a lot of daylight between her and the border now.
Yeah, so the news now is all, Kamala Harris was never the border czar. Republicans claim she's the border czar. That's false. Experts say that but back in 2021, Business Insider, here's one of the headlines. Biden is giving Kamala Harris the thorniest issue to oversee as vice president. Immigration. And then you look at the President Joe Biden will tap Vice President Kamala Harris to run point on immigration. She was, for all intents and purposes, the border czar. That was what she was doing. In fact, there was an article by Axios that came right out and called her the border czar. There was this funny side-by-side comparison where Axios Today did a headline where it says Kamala Harris was never the border czar, and then it goes back to an article they did, I think, back in 2021, where it's Kamala Harris becomes border czar for Joe Biden. Right? This is this sort of, and that was the same news agency. It was Axios in both cases. What's the next article we got on this one? So I think it was, Fox News. Yeah, Democrat who criticized VP Harris' handling of the southern border endorses her for president. Representative Don Davis of North Carolina also floated the idea of Governor Roy Cooper as Harris's running mate, blah, blah, blah. But basically, this was another guy. There were actually Democrats. There was especially some ones in Texas that were openly critical of what the Biden administration were doing because they represent districts that have been overwhelmingly affected. And if anybody buys the propaganda that they've got the border under control, go look at the month-over-month numbers of people crossing the border. Look at where it ended during the Trump administration and look at where it's been since then. And it's the worst in U.S. history.
This is the Axios article that you were referring to, by the way.
Biden puts Harris in charge of border crisis. Can I also say something? One of the reasons why I believe that Biden did this was because if you think of it, when Kamala Harris kind of had this like really, really easy rise to power. We're not going to get into some of the details of how she rose to power. She had kind of this easy rise to power within California politics, right? A lot of it was knowing the right people, being at the right place at the right time, the whole deal.
Biblically knowing the right people.
Tina had to go there.
I had to.
All right. And then she becomes a U.S. Senator. All right. So she didn't have a record she could run on as Attorney General. She didn't have a record she could run on as a U.S. Senator. She ran for president. Democrats openly rejected her. And then Joe Biden picks her because he specifically said, I'm going to pick a black woman to be vice president.
Woman of color.
Okay. Woman of color. Brings her on and then gives her an opportunity to actually tackle a difficult problem as vice president. Like this would have been like her ultimate credential if she wanted to follow Biden as the next Democrat presidential candidate, would have been to fix the border issue. Mm-hmm. And for any Democrat out there that is saying, well, we would have, but the Republicans killed the bill because they want the issue more than they want the solution. Ladies and gentlemen, when Trump left office, it's not like some sort of change took place within the federal government where all of a sudden Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did not have the same power, funding, and authority to continue to do what the Trump administration was doing, which had a very noticeable, arguably the most noticeable effect in people crossing the border illegally in our history, right? He didn't do any of it. In fact, he rejected it. He threw out the remain in place, which is remain on your side of the border where we check your refugee status. He threw out border wall construction. Right, he threw out the COVID restrictions, which actually, elevated what it took to get into the country.
His administration even fought states who were trying to supplement it themselves.
He threw all of it out and then said, well, if we don't get this bill with new powers and new authorities, we can't do the job. That is an absolute fundamental lie. There's no way to word that other than it's a lie.
Well, and she's on video many, many times saying that she wanted open borders. She has always been pro open borders. So her being in charge of the border was really just, how do we streamline how to process them through into the country? It had nothing to do with stopping them from coming.
And to give you guys an idea of just how thorough the gaslighting is on this particular issue, there's just link after link, article after article, all parroting the same talking points, the same lie that she was, that she played no role in this, that this was a myth, it's the whole Republicans pounce type of thing.
Yeah.
Here's Time saying Kamala Harris was never Biden's border czar. Here's what she really did. I've got another one here.
Well, part of what they kept claiming was, she was getting down to the root causes, the root causes of why people are leaving. And so her whole effort was, we're going to spend U.S. tax dollars, and we're going to run a bunch of ads and articles and radio spots in places like Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, etc., essentially saying, don't come to the United States. Oh, okay, but you're not going to actually do anything. You're right. You're right. That's what's going to stop people from coming, not the fact that it's illegal. You're not going to actually do anything to empower the actual people responsible for protecting the border. You're not going to do anything to actually harden the border. You're not going to do any of those practical, positive things that we know work. You're just going to run a bunch of ads saying you shouldn't come. Oh, I'm sure that'll work.
There's this fantastic article from the Free Press, which is a great title for for this place. I actually really like the Free Press because I feel like that, they're on the right, but I think that they show receipts and links in a lot of their stuff. And this is titled "Gaslighting the Public on Kamala Harris as Border Czar." It's a great article. I highly recommend that people read it. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but there's a few things in here that I want to point out that I think are going to tee up the rest of the conversation for today's podcast. So they mentioned the thing that you brought up earlier about Axios, right? In March 2021, Axios published a story with the headline that literally says, Biden put Harris in charge of border crisis.
We're glad to have you here. You're part of the magic of this place. Jaina versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin.
I won't back down. What to do? What to do? Time runs out on me.
Job done.
I raise, you fold.
Processing.
Time to light a fire under this town!
Job's done. Let me play you a melody.
I need a vacation from my vacation.
Job's done. Time moves quickly.
I raise, you fold.
I never make two trips. I never make two trips.
I'll be right with ya. Hold your horses. All in.
Well fought. I concede.
Jaina versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine!
I won't back down.
I'll get right on it.
Audio processing.
You won't find quite magically aged cheese.
Shaken or stirred.
Take it cheesy! Job's done.
Taz dingo! Yes!
I need a vacation from my vacation.
Take it cheesy! Job's done. Job's done. Summon me.
Someone call for dinner.
All in. I'll be right with ya. Hold your horses.
Someone call for the doctor. Jaina versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
I won't back down.
Job done.
Audio processing.
Mind if I roll need?
You won't find spiders magically aged.
Rerouting sound.
Job done.
You are a friend to the earthen.
I need a vacation from my vacation.
Take it cheesy. Take it cheesy.
Those solves any problem.
Hey, having fun yet?
Job's done. Need more lava.
Don't use your head. Use mine.
Job's done.
I smell gold in them there waters.
One dose solves any problem.
Keep on panning.
I raise, you fold.
Shaken or stirred. Rain blast.
Relaxation for all, and all thanks to me.
Thirsty for more?
Holy.
Rain blast. You are a friend to the earthen.
The victory is yours.
Jaina versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin.
I won't back down.
Guess who? Sparkle. You want to cast a spell? I want to cast a spell. Sparkle.
I need a vacation from my vacation.
Spells are fun. So fun.
They love a little fiddle.
The end.
Audio processing.
Hey, having fun yet?
Job done. Time moves quickly.
Rerouting sound.
The wolves find foreigners magically aged seeds.
Guess who? Sparkle.
wicked cheese.
A minion with taunt is in the way.
Job's done. Let me play you a melody. Time moves quickly.
Snuggle!
Trash!
Job's done.
Jaina versus the Lich King!
All will serve me in death.
I won't back down.
Audio processing. Rerouting sound.
I need a vacation from my vacation.
Job's done.
You won't find finer magically aged cheese.
Hang pin, or however many you got. Haven't won yet?
Job's done.
or could put a price on such powerful artifacts. I could.
I need a vacation from my vacation.
I have but little time.
Lightboard is killing it!
Shaken or stirred. Shaken or stirred.
Time runs out on me.
Job done.
Shaken or stirred. Don't use your head. Use mine.
Job's done.
Can't this thing dance any faster?
The runes decide your fate. Blood, remnants of life.
You want to cast a spell? I want to cast a spell.
I raise, you fold.
Heat stroke!
I can't dance any faster. Shout it from the mountaintops. Shout it from the mountaintops.
Thirsty for more?
All in.
Spells are fun. So fun.
Who could put a price on such powerful artifact? I could!
Time runs out on me.
Heat stroke!
Most intriguing.
Unholy, symbol of death. You look tasty.
Great harvest, eh, Paul?
Yes, Ma.
Heat stroke!
Death is a symptom of life.
Buy one, get one for.
Death is a symptom of life.
Fresh Felstein, hot out of the kiln. Frost, mark of the bitter.